won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Welcome everybody to MyFunded TV, the best trading stream in all of YouTube land. Welcome. To my left here, we have Bull Barbie, and she's so bullish that she thinks that red candles are shiny green ones. And to my right here, we have Nick Does Futures, who treats trading like Tinder, swiping left, swiping right, and praying that one of them will stick. And I'm just in the middle, basically trying to guess which day it is, and sometimes occasionally trying to put on a trade. And of course, we do welcome our mods, Abhishek, Danny, and Magnus. W's for them in the chat because they are doing the sneaky codes, the free stuff, the giveaways, and everything. And today we're going to be swimming with guests, so stick around to the end. Good morning. I was just trolling, of course, a little bit of joke here. We have the greatest experts and hosts and mods here, so just, stay and listen because this is going to be an amazing, amazing stream today. What's up? Good morning. Oh my gosh, maybe I said too much.
No, I mean, that was absolutely amazing. Like, Tom intros are my favorite. It's just like,
oh, no.
Put your radio voice on and like, I am ready to go.
I was just, just a little bit of a light roasting here. I know, obviously I can take all the heat I can, but I was like, man, maybe I should do a bit of a roast intro. I like that really,
that wasn't real roasting.
Anyway, welcome chat. It's so awesome to be back, and obviously the vibes are up in the sky high positive. And yeah, we're gonna have guests today, so there's gonna be so much knowledge to be shared, so definitely stay until the end. It's gonna be awesome. So what is going on? What's happening?
Not much. I saw our other co-host won the 25K. So that's great. Bring it back home. I won the competition last week. She wins that one. So it's just
so funny that you keep bringing that up.
I just start stacking W's on here. I have to talk about the recent W's with other people and of course myself. So I mean, why not, right?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. I guess this competition is going to come up every single week from now on. But I guess yeah, it is what it is because he earned it. He has the bragging rights. So that's it.
Really milking that one for sure. Really milking.
Well,
we just have so many quality what's the word, opponents in here. You just gotta ride that one for a little bit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we definitely do have. I mean, I really enjoyed it, so I can't wait for the next competition. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna be much better next time. Don't worry. Yeah. So how's everybody in the chat doing? How's the day so far? I hope nobody burned themselves in the London session. We had a great stream earlier, had some good trades in London, so I'm going to talk about it later. But yeah, we're going to be preparing ourselves for our guest because we're going to have an excellent T trades is here in the chat. Nice. So yeah, you guessed it exactly. We're going to have an excellent lecture here in a short while. So it's going to be great. So any updates on the chart?
Talk about your London trade. How about we just start with that?
Yeah, let's
London
start with the trade recap. I want to hear it.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I can't remember, but the thing is, we took a what happened actually? Oh yeah, I was trading gold, so maybe not everybody's favorite, but there was a 5-minute supply zone higher, and obviously I'm trying to simplify as much as possible. No indicators yet. We're gonna get there. So there was that 5-minute supply zone that I was eyeballing since yesterday, and so I was kind of waiting for gold after this push after 2 a.m. Eastern Standard to reprice this gap here. I'm gonna try to zoom in a little bit. So I was waiting for it to reprice, this candle. Let me just highlight this. So these fair value gaps down there, And eventually, I needed some extra confirmation to close above this fair value gap. It's kind of like an inversion setup-ish thingy. I don't really want to use ICT terms right now, but I I entered the long position right at that candle, and this was a beautiful trade, absolutely. And there was also a small loss on NQ, but this gold trade absolutely brought us back from the edge and ended up in profit. This was a great one. So basically, that's it. Speaking of NQ, and this is just a short recap here. There was a 1 minute. I didn't put the text here, but this area down here was a 1 minute demand zone, and we actually went down, repriced this area. I was hoping that we will go up there to a 15-minute supply zone, but we were running out of time as we approached the 5 a.m. Kill zone end, or how should I put this? So I didn't engage. It's another ICT term, but I did not engage into this long position. That's all that happened. So actually, this London session, gold was absolutely taking it away. And yeah, I do have some ideas maybe, but first I think I want to hear what you guys say about the current market, or what do you think is possible?
Well, I actually already traded this morning too, because I got to the computer early to look at some things. We're kind of getting into a spot where I like to look at some options. So I got to the computer early, and I ended up in a little bit of a short on NASDAQ. I was looking at a different chart. Let's see if I can find it on here, because I was a little bit late, but it was this little retest. No, it wasn't that one. Was it? Because I got in, I don't know, 24. It was in one of these little retests. I think it was this one actually. And I just caught a little short. It was about 50 points, and called that a nice morning already. Because as soon as I got to the charts, here, I'll show you what I was looking at, because this will kind of feed into today too. This is the hourly structure that we're in right now. So Monday moved lower. Tuesday broke that low, moved lower. Wednesday's already started. We already broke Tuesday's low, and we're moving lower. So it's hard to be bullish when the chart's doing this. So I kind of just saw an opportunity for a little retest to take a little pop lower. And I think that's going to kind of be my mentality for the day, is unless we start reclaiming at least some of these lows. Really, I would want to get towards this low and then really start looking at this high from pre-market to think that this structure is going to start changing this week. So that's what I'm watching. I know that the GDP numbers came out not bad. Let's see if I'm on the right page here. Almost on the right page. Okay, so the number, like, they're all green. They look good, right? Somebody was asking me about this already this morning. We have to think about it, the better the economic numbers look, the less likely the Fed is to do a lot of aggressive rate cuts. And the market's been pricing in 3 rate cuts according to the Fed Watch tool. So can
you pull up the Fed Watch tool real quick? Can you pull that up?
Yeah, I think it's worth kind of talking about that. This hasn't been refreshed. Let me refresh it. I feel like we're very zoomed in too. So this is for the October meeting. This is where we are right now, and that's where we would potentially be going. I think this is an important kind of nuance to take, because it's always, we always talk about how the reaction to the numbers is more important than trying to interpret the numbers, and this is why. So for December, here's the current.
That number dropped.
Yeah.
Like, it was higher. Like it was at 3.5, 3.75. Like it was like 80%. I wonder if some of these numbers. I mean, obviously these numbers from the Forex factory from unemployment are definitely affecting it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're right for sure.
Yeah, we do need to watch out for that, because that's what I think. That's the shift lower that I'm seeing today, is supporting this idea that we're getting less optimistic about getting 2 more rate cuts this year, because that's pretty aggressive, honestly. So just a little note on data. I think that's really important to understand. So yeah, I'm just going to continue kind of following this structure. We're getting into some support actually right now. I think we are on NASDAQ too. So it'll be interesting to see how we react to this support. On ES is kind of, where did I mark that? Well, I was looking at 66.60, but probably down to 66.55 too. So really kind of exactly where we are. So if we continue losing this, I mean, we might get a little bit of relief here, but that would be a selling the pop situation. Maybe we get back up to 66.70. 66.70 was some decent support in here. So you can see we had that wick over there that we've just immediately reacted off of. And it was our breakout point in the middle of the month. So losing that support is kind of not good. So either we're going to reclaim that 66.70 real quick and the market's going to be like, oh, this is too valuable down here. We need to crank it back up. Or we're going to continue with this structure. So the 66.70 level is a pretty important one to watch down here as well. But if we do keep moving lower, we have this structure over here. That was, I think this was actually, was that over a weekly open too? No, I had marked this one earlier too, around 66.45. So that's what we're starting to get into some support. And so that's why I'm saying if we start turning, we're kind of in that area. Otherwise, if we keep losing it, I was kind of looking at, I wrote it down earlier. My notes are too messy. Like 650 on SPY. So that's still a pretty decent drop to continue kind of finding some support. And so we may not be done with this correction or pullback or whatever it is.
Nice.
I rambled a lot, but that's like kind of what I'm looking at this morning. I'm just not seeing a lot of bullishness until we start reclaiming anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, those numbers were those GDP numbers were like the fact that they moved that much, like I think it was like 3.3, like what 3.8, like that's a pretty big. Usually you only see like 0.1 or 0.2, you know, that's like 0.5. That's a pretty big. Yeah, I mean that doesn't look good for rate cuts. But like I say, it could already be priced in.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
no,
at the top there, we were pricing in all three because there was lots of optimism then. And
I
then
think
we
so
had the
too.
AI bubble stuff. And now we're kind of thinking about the rates, I think.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, here I'm gonna break down my trade from yesterday because I don't have a good read on the market, especially ES and NQ today. But I'll just break down that trade from yesterday. So mainly what I was watching was us to move for this daily gap right here. We were up here yesterday, right? We were around like right around like 880, 884 is where I ended up shorting. So I was looking for this daily gap to get hit either yesterday or today. That was my target. And the reason for that was because the 4-hour price was in a 4-hour gap right here. And we had just, you know, inversed this 4-hour gap to the upside. So bearish PD arrays were starting to get respected. You know, bullish ones were getting disrespected. So, you know, wanted to see lower prices. And then we got to the 15-minute chart yesterday. I'm pulling up ES and NQ because I want to show you guys something. Because if I don't show both, you guys will be like, well, you're changing something. I'm like, no, bro, I'm not. So right here, we had from 5:30 to 7:30, we had this SMT here. So this was something I was watching going into the session, right? Like I was like, this makes me feel pretty confident. Price doesn't really need to go back up anymore, right? And then when you combine that with displacement lower, right here, and then my entry was like right around 884. I think I'll put in the Discord 884. We had this breaker tag here, and as I mentioned, I was looking for Asia lows. People were like, okay, this isn't the breaker because, you know, this didn't take out this high. True, but I was basing it off of the fact that ES did it, right? So ES was a stronger pair. NQ was the weaker, but I took it on NQ, even though I didn't get my entry model or whatever you want to call it, right? My pattern or whatever you guys want to say. But I took it because this is the weaker pair, and on a move where I'm trading opposite of like higher time frame order flow, I want to be on the weaker one or the stronger one, right? Because that it's going to have to be very nimble with profit taking. You guys heard me talk about that yesterday. So literally, I just I think Tom called it diamond hands this whole thing all the way down. Did not really want to hang out till it hit previous day low. But yeah, entry was literally, this was it. This stop loss was like right around here. Yeah, no, that was a trade from yesterday. But as you guys can see, NQ, ES ran this high, NQ did not. And that was enough for me for price to go lower. So let's talk about today, I guess, because that's
I
so
guess.
fun.
Yeah, I just want to know.
Irrelevant.
I just want to know, buy or sell. Just tell me, and I can jump in finally. Come on.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, right now, are we going long or short right this minute?
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, you're a big signal bot there, Tom. So you feed signals to other people.
I am.
Got your own little Telegram, you know? You're just feeding people to.
I know. I'm making a bunch of money there.
Yeah, as for today on indices, now that I want to see how the daily prints here, because we are in this bullish area that we could
barely
see a reaction from. But I don't really feel good about it. I'm kind of watching this weekly gap down here that price could get to, but we'll see how this 4-hour candle closes, right? I think this is a big deal here in about 40 minutes. If we see like a big wick up, then I'm like, okay, we could be, the low of the week could be in. But if we see like candle close like this, we could, potentially get short, the next hour off of this 1-hour gap right here, right?
Yeah.
But I just don't. What are we down right now? We're down. Well, we're only down like 0.6%. Not too bad. But I like having a target, like previous day low intact. I've longed high a day before. I've shorted lower day. Like it's not that big of a deal. But I like having a target to reach for. And I just prices is in my target that I had. So I just did not see this much of a sell off. So enough talking about stuff I don't really like. I don't think that's that cool, but let's talk about potentially gold here. We have these relative equal lows. This is what I'm watching, right? I want to see us come down, take out these lows, and then get a push higher. I don't want to see this freaking do it right now. Yeah, I want to see us move lower. I'm gonna wait till 9:30 on just about everything. I don't think we have any like 10 a.m. news driver, like an orange folder. Well, we have existing home sales at 10, so that's orange folder. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'm watching. I can take a peep at bonds real quick if you want me to. Still in that daily, still in the daily gap. It's still in this weekly gap here. So it's kind of went into a little bit of consolidation here, but we did sweep a low. So let's see how we react once we have swept that low. So it's getting later in the week, I feel like today's like the last day to cap off like the weekly range, in my opinion. I don't think we're gonna get as big of a move tomorrow as we have gotten Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I mean, even some parts of this morning. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But that's what I'm watching. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, any charts you want me to look at, that's pretty much it. And we got something cooking for you guys when T comes on.
Yeah, definitely. Well, my only add-on is like what I'm looking for. I mean, right now I'm definitely not looking to get into longs. I really need to see a structure shift somewhere above the 630s at least with an up close candle. So I just switched to the 5-minute time frame here on NQ. So I'd like to see displacement above 630, and even then I'm just not so sure. So I really need some strong rally in order to engage into anything. Until then, I think the draw on liquidity, and by the way, it's not like an official thing, but I think we're going down to 459. Why I'm saying that? Because I switched to the 1-hour time frame, and if I go back to September 17 at 2 p.m. and there was a bearish candle here which actually swept quite a lot of liquidity, and then this initiated the push higher. In my criteria, it fits to the demand zone thing. whatever we want to call it, but I do believe that there is something in that area. So 459, 460 ish area would be that on the 1 hour chart. If this thing starts to drop, I might jump in to a short position, and I'm going to target somewhere around, just like an early take profit, somewhere around the 480s, and that's all. So until it's not going to displace higher than 630, I'm not interested to go long, and even then, so I'm not sure. But in fact, if I see that the market is dropping after the open, maybe I take a short to that 480. We'll see. That's all I have right now. Yeah, we'll see what happens. That's all.
Major Tom.
Yeah. And T-Trade is here. T-Trade is here.
Give him a solid intro, bro.
Oh my God!
Aren't you supposed to roast me?
No way, sir. No. Welcome.
He's not ready to roast you just yet.
No. I was just fooling around a little bit. Absolutely not. Good to have you here.
Yeah, it's kind of uneventful that it all happened pre-market, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So we need to hear from you now. Buy or sell? Come on, give us something.
I mean,
what should I do right now? I want to push the button.
I wouldn't do anything right now. I mean, the
Bobby
main thing
wants
is
to
like, I came in today pretty short biased on mostly everything, except I tend to favor shorts around the opening price. So if I'm trying to short, I want to be around the opening price of this daily candle. I'm not trying to enter after we already took out previous day low or already expanded. So, you know, I'm looking for that bearish setup today, but it already happened. So then that makes me want to favor, if I'm going to look for anything, just a retracement back into the range. So it'd be just kind of that counter trend play back into the range. But that would be around 9:30 or 10. So not really too much on indices. I know Nick was looking at this on gold, kind of the same thing of, you know, I'm just anticipating another move lower into these equal lows and potentially previous day low. It would have been more ideal if we just formed the high here and then we could have trended lower. But because we spent so much time around here, it's just not very eventful on gold either. So mainly just kind of watching that on NQ. So if we're gonna, you know, get a little
Did you get
retracement
any of
back
that
to the range.
move?
No,
Or
I
you
woke
busy
up. I
sleeping?
woke up late.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't catch that.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah. So not too much. I mean, I don't know if you guys watch Forex currencies at all, or like for currency futures, but euro and pound also had a clean move.
Not really. I was trading Forex years ago, but obviously I think it would be better to try with the futures, right? Definitely better.
I mean, it's pretty much the same. But just for instance here, I don't know why it's not loading.
Yeah, no, I like trading the Forex futures better.
Yeah. Not sure why my stuff is not loading, my indicators, but
TradingView knows when you're live, and that's when it doesn't load things.
is that it?
That's how it works.
It's a thing, by the way. I can vouch for that. Yeah.
There it goes. So essentially, same thing as on the indices. Nice bearish closure on the daily. So if you're looking for a continuation lower, you want to see price open, make that upper wick, and then you can trade it lower. And if you look in here, we open, and then if you guys know what an opposing candle or a change in state of delivery is, we have that form there. And then we get a continuation into previous day low and lower. So, but most of the expansions already have occurred. So like I said, really the only interesting thing would be gold.
That's what I was kind
looking
of
back
wondering
into these
too.
equal
Like,
lows or NQ.
I think we're really testing some support on the indexes right now, so we have to kind of see what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
What are you looking at on gold?
Gold. I mean, we just have these equal lows right here, right? So ideally, if you, no matter how you want to frame it, if you want to frame it higher, right, you don't really want to trade away from failure swings like this. So even if you want to trade it higher, I don't know, Nick, are you wanting to frame higher or lower?
I'd like for it to take out those lows. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just mainly if we're going to trade back into this range here, probably give it some time, but it would just be something that looks like this, right? And I would just need a 30-minute or some sort of higher time frame closure that tells me it's bearish. And then you can look to a lower time frame for continuation, which if it happens, we can walk through that. But
Nice. Well, here we
Sounds
go.
like you're-
5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
no, we have to open.
yeah, go on.
Ceremoniously, ding, ding, ding.
I forgot to say that I accidentally jumped into a short at 580, but I didn't want it to interrupt, so we'll see. So
It was
580.
accidental.
It's accidental. It wasn't on purpose. I accidentally pushed the button, so that's what happened. But yeah. We'll see.
Tom gets he can get a little, impulsive at times.
Yeah, I usually do that, especially with the micro.
I mean, YM stronger right now. So if you are on NQ, that does favor the short side off the open. So.
Well, I was noticing it sounds like you're a very patient trader. So you've got your setups that you're looking for, and you're perfectly happy to wait for the market to come to that and not mess with it otherwise.
Yeah, that's it. I don't really do anything besides that.
I think we have a lot of traders in the group that have to hear this every day from a lot of
That's
different
real
people.
discipline there. Absolutely. Yeah. I like
So-
it.
Shoot. Yeah, no, I think we got open now, 9:30. So we'll see how we print here.
I think Tom's printing some money over there. In the
Oh,
short.
I wish. If I win this one, maybe I can make $200. Yay. But I just wanted to see how it goes. That's all. But
Hey,
yeah,
T,
it's...
T,
sorry.
you're. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
No, nothing.
No.
Go on.
I was just gonna take an opportunity to brag.
No, nothing. I was just talking about the weather. So please
Oh,
go
I'm
on.
talking to like a last week's competition winner.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure
Crazy.
your boy won the.
Yeah, I actually heard about that. Like I
really,
actually
you heard about it already?
It was on the China news. Even Sweden was talking about
okay.
it.
Yeah.
It was a pretty big deal,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
huge
Trump
deal.
tweeted it.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bloomberg had an article about it. Yeah.
that's why the
Yeah.
market dumped, because
That's what I would
took
say.
all the liquidity out, Yeah, no, you take any trades this week too?
No, not yet.
Yeah,
I've been pretty busy with some other things. So
yeah.
Are you trading? You're trading on a higher time frame, right?
I usually, it depends what I'm trading. If I'm
Mhm.
trading indices, then I'll go to the lower time frames. If I'm
Mhm.
trading forex currencies, usually like hourly, 30, 15.
Yeah.
So it just depends. Like the thing is, if you're trading indices around the open, if you're waiting for an hourly confirmation, you're just going to get missed. So it's like you kind of have to trade on the lower time frames there.
Yeah.
So
Speaking of winning, our other guest, I don't know if you heard, Terry, she was on the Patrick Whelan stream, and she won the $25,000.
That's
so
crazy.
She's not with us today. We got Tom in place. Tom's like the substitute teacher, but he's like the cool substitute teacher that
Oh my
he'll
God.
just throw on like cars too. You know what I mean? Like he'll throw on cars too, and instead of having us take the math test, and then
Oh yeah, that cool teacher. Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
I'm the kind. Yeah.
Let's see. YM may
Exactly.
get a little. I feel like YM may get this retracement back into the range here, but I'd favor it more so at 10 a.m. just because we're trading a 4-hour bearish expansion candle. So if we're gonna get a move, it can make a reversal candle here. But if we're actually gonna get a move higher, it would be from the 10 a.m. 4-hour candle. So not too much to do right now.
Was there any drama, Nick? Yeah, there was a lot of drama. I mean, I can talk about it if y'all want. I just thought it was kind of crazy. All the drama that went on. But I'm happy. I'm mainly happy for my girl Terry. I gave her a little pep talk on Sunday. I was like, hey, just walk in there and be like man in the arena, right? Like don't you guys say much, just go in there and trade. Let them duke it out, right? Let them, chit chat. And it only took 3 days. Well, 2.5 really. Yeah. And then, she just walks out with the prize.
What the advice that I told her is, going into that kind of environment, I was a little bit worried about somebody trying to start a girl fight. So I was like, whatever happens, just, stay friends with Rena. You guys got to stay tried and true. I did not expect him to girl fight with one of the girls. I thought he was trying to create a girl fight between the girls.
That would
ended up with a girl fight with the girl.
I thought that would have been better TV or better I don't know. Yeah, better TV. Let's just say that. But I actually I gotta agree with Patrick on this one, man. Like you can't you're walking into a stream who does not like ICT, and as an ICT trader myself, like I'm not walking in there unless I'm ready to go. I'm ready to handle the heat. So I mean, it's called BDH headquarters. It stands for big headquarters. I mean, like what were you expecting here?
Well, I mean, he certainly acts like one, but it was small D energy, honestly. Like,
oh my gosh. Well, for all I know, as I was reading some comments, there is like obviously Patrick is pumping up the vibes there, and he changed the rules like every day. I think like different type of accounts, different leverage or something. So that definitely can make it makes difficult sometimes to apply with the proper risk and proper leverage, whatever. But I think Terry, she did everything as a good sport. Like hats off, and I guess it can put her or everyone in a different like maybe harder environment if the rules are changing. But actually I think she did awesome. She did great. Yeah.
So
what a crazy
gold is actually doing what we were talking about, Nick.
Yay.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't know why it's not loading my indicator stuff.
I'm almost at TP, 30 more points.
It's a bit annoying.
Let's go, Tom.
Let's go. All I need is 30 more points, and actually 25, so I'll be okay. And that's it.
I mean, it's looking pretty good right now. That we've
my
not
TP is
had
at 470.50, so I think it should go down into that zone, but we'll see.
I haven't seen buyers on the tape. I've been watching the level 2 to see if they're showing up here. I've not seen any because I was kind of interested in this area.
I'm mainly watching the, what is that? 460 on NQ. YM failed to make any bullish reaction there. So I can talk over that because you guys probably saw it on my screen. If we were going to get some sort of retracement on YM, I was looking for price to close over this level. It failed to close over it and then actually made the bearish confirmation, which tells me that it's usually going to go make a new low, which if the strongest asset is showing weakness, it means that the weakest assets are going to continue to fall. And then as for gold, so really, I don't know what is going on with the indicators. It's kind of hard to display the higher time frame openings here. Let's see if I can move this.
Let's see. What's the? Oh yeah, we still have lots of time. Do we have any news for later, or that's it?
10 a.m. That's it.
Yeah, 10 a.m. news.
10 a.m. Okay.
More home sales data, but this one's existing home sales. So we had new home sales yesterday.
Okay.
It popped up, I think, too. I think your thing popped up now.
Dude,
your line now. Your whatever indicator you had on there.
Maybe. I don't know why it's being annoying, but like I said, we're still trading within that 4-hour bearish expansion candle. So 10 a.m. is if we are going to form a retracement, it would be at 10 a.m.
Nice.
Someone said you sound so therapeutic listening to you. T's videos are very good to watch. They're very calming. I guess you could throw them on like if you're trying to. I don't mean it's a bad way. When you're trying to sleep, right? Like if you're trying to go to sleep, you just throw them on.
It's almost like an ASMR. I like it. Yeah. I tried it like yesterday. I checked his socials. Like, man, I could sleep for this. It's so calming, and I understand everything. I really did. That's no troll. I listened to one of your videos, and it was so good. The way you explained everything, I loved it. Anyway, just putting out there.
Yeah, I had people in my comments ask me to start reading books.
That would be great.
Wow.
Can you start reading trading books to us?
I think I'd have to get paid a good bit to just sit there and record myself reading an entire book, but who knows? Maybe that's my future, reading books when I'm older. I don't know. But here, so back to this explanation on gold, right? Wanting those equal lows to get taken. And so the whole idea is if you're trying to trade this, right? You're not wanting to trade right at the end of this candle because similar to indices, this is an expansion candle, right? So you're wanting to wait until we get a new candle open, and then you want this wick to form. So if you notice, that's what we were drawing out. Price trades up into here, into this fair value gap, forms this wick, right? And then that's where you'd want to get on side with it to trade it into this low. And then ideally previous day low. It's just the structure of the daily candle is not super great, because if we go take a look at that, it opens right here. And it's not going to put my indicator up, so maybe we'll just draw it.
A gold when those lows. So
Yeah, it opens right here, right? So ideally, if we have an expansion candle, we want a small wick, and then it can trend lower, right? But if you notice, we just hang around, and we're doing about nothing. So that's why you could have a potential reaction here. So it's not super ideal, but if you're going to trade it, that's why you want to be able to take profits at this low and then hold for your actual targets. So that's the whole game plan for gold there.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what did you see if you could go up to NQ, the start of the move down from this week, like what did you have there? Did you
we can talk about that.
Coming?
So I'll go over why I didn't get this move
because there was no high sweep, right?
Yeah, so we'll talk about this really quick. So I trade swing points. So essentially I'm letting or trying to trade a swing and then the days that follow. So right here, this is what I call a candle 2 closure. It's a specific closure. I look to trade these candles following because I don't try to trade reversals. I just trade continuations. Right. But when we have 3 days of expansion, that's usually when we can get a new phase of price. So like if you look right here, we have 1, 2, 3 days in the same direction. We can get some sort of retracement or a reversal. So I see 1, 2, 3 days. And so on this next day here, I'm expecting some sort of move back into the range, right? And I'll show you that at 10 because it's the same concept on the 4-hour chart here on indices today. But for me to trade that back into the range, I'm looking for price to sweep out this high. I've got to just move the little stream thing. So I'm looking for price to sweep out that high, and then I can trade it back into the range. So if we replay this and go to the hourly, right? There's kind of 2 ways you can look to trade this. Is if you still think it's going to go higher, you want to see price open, go lower first, then you can trade it into that target. But for me, I'd want to see price sweep this out, and then I can trade it back into the range. But if we let this play ahead, we just don't get that sweep. And like I said with gold, I'm not trying to trade away from these failure swings. So we don't get that. But if we continue ahead, then this is a proper closure for me on the daily to then look short in this day. So then you can look short in this day. It closes bearish, can still look short in this day as long as we respect the EQ, right? And then we're getting this continuation lower. And it's the same thing that I was talking about there as I'm here, right? We have 1, 2, 3 expansion candles. So that's what I'm meaning is it doesn't make sense really to try to long this until 10 a.m. because this candle is just expanding lower and we don't get a new candle until 10 a.m. And so then the same thing, if I want to trade long at 10 a.m., I need price to sweep out its previous and then trade it back into the range. So that's
what about I was telling Tom yesterday, he was I think gonna long at like, I don't know, like close to like 10 a.m. I'm like, well, a lot of times what you'll see, Tom, is that
we can go
Tom doesn't mind learning. You can roast him a little bit there.
So what you'll see is like it'll be expanding like at 9 a.m. close to 10, and what you'll see like an open high form, just about every time. It's very rare that you'll see 10 a.m. open and then just like keep dumping, never make a high. So you'll usually get that same entry at 10 o'clock. That it would have been better that you got. It's better that you got it then rather than back then, because you may move your stop break even. It comes back up and then it actually flushes.
So yesterday for me, it's kind of similar to, am I really wanting to try to trade a long right here without taking out previous day low, right? And if you look, we went higher first, which in my mind is creating this upper wick, and then we have all these failure swings here, right? So that's the whole idea there.
Nice.
But yeah, we'll see. We can walk through it at 10 a.m. But yeah, really And then another thing in terms of profit taking you can do is if you're short somewhere in the 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. candle here, and it's a nice expansion candle, you can really hold this short all the way until 10 a.m. And that'd be a time-based exit. So, because what you're trading is this 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. candle. And if you go look at big expansion candles, they open, they make a shallow wick, and then they close near the lows of their candle. So if you're short in here and 9:30 expands, you can really just generally hold this till 10 a.m. and you're going to get an exit near the low of the candle a lot of the times.
Nice. That's cool.
So, and it's a bit annoying that my indicator's not showing up because that's how I display the higher time frame candles and whatnot.
Everybody in the chat, please take notes and listen to this man, because these are absolutely gems here. You know, this information is awesome.
So
Golden nuggets.
Golden nuggets.
here.
Golden nuggets. Drop some questions in here for T.
Yeah.
You guys
Do I
have.
see
You
a
know,
flash discount in the chat?
Yeah, there is a discount.
What's the
Interesting.
code? I can throw it up on here.
we'll need-
Code TTrades 15 off.
Exactly.
Like you get
Code
Side
T-Trades
uses?
15 off.
Dude, I gotta buy more
it'll
evals
be on
with your code
reoccurring.
now. I
yeah,
have to
it'll
buy
be
more
reoccurring
evals.
too.
Like that?
There it is.
Barbie
I
just
wish I
wanted to say
got
the
the
word
details
flash.
there.
Barbie just
Um,
wanted to say the word flash.
Wait, you
that's
want me
all.
to flash somebody? Oh wait, that's the wrong show.
so let's talk about gold here real quick because we did form that high.
Hey,
right?
make that code a little bit bigger, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
40.
There you
It's
go.
massive. All right. The main thing here is if we're going to form some sort of reversal, I don't really want to see it in here, right? It makes more sense to reverse off of an important level like previous day low. We could, but if you're going to see that, you want to see price expand into a low and then have a nice reaction out of there. When price does this and just fails to really form a reaction at this level, that usually just means we're going to get a continuation into that previous day low, right? So that's the whole gold idea, right? And so you'd want to see that. Now, going back to what I was talking about with expansion candles, if we have a small wick, so price opens, makes a small wick early into the candle, we can really expand lower. And you see that today on indices, right? But if you look at gold, we open here, right? We're not really making that small wick and we're spending all our time just ranging. So that's where I'm not trying to be very aggressive in my profits where I'm like, I want to see price just rip, right? It's more of, okay, I'm going to be conservative with my profit taking. So that's where we want to see price just go into this level here on gold, right? And then you can watch the reaction there. But really, that's the area you'd want to be able to enter. And then you can hold to this target, right? Exactly how we were talking about it prior to it happening. So
Yeah, I'm gonna drop a question in the chat. Well, I'm gonna drop a message. Drop your questions in the chat that you guys have for T. That you guys watches for people who watch his videos that would just love for him to just answer them and all.
Yeah,
I will be the
Q&A.
deciding factor of who gets their questions answered, and Tom obviously because Tom's the dictator.
No.
I'm just kidding. Barbie's the dictator, if anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I agree. Okay.
Yeah, it's just mainly just personal questions as of now, so we're not gonna get onto those.
They want to know all the personal questions. They're very
Yeah, they
nosy.
want to see feet pics. They want to see face reveal. They want to
Every
see
day.
all
I
this
mean,
other stuff.
you want face reveal or feet pics first? You know, that's the real question.
I mean, I've seen both, so I don't really care. You know, it's all about what they want.
We're not letting those dogs out yet.
Now, obviously, I have like a ton of questions, by the way, because I to be honest, I mean, I saw your name on social media here and there, and but to be real honest, I never really checked into your content that much, but I did saw your name all over the place, and so I really don't know too much about how you started trading, or are you actively, this is your main profile, living off from trading. What is your success story? You know, what was your biggest obstacles in trading? When was the turning point in your life? all these
talk about
things,
that.
you know, because I think these things are kind of related to like everybody, because everybody has a different journey, and obviously for someone like you, definitely has an impression in the trading space. It's just interesting to know. I guess Nick already knows a lot of these things, but I'm basically like new, so I'm really interested how you started out and everything. So please tell us the story in about 50 minutes or 40.
50 minutes, wow.
No, it's obviously
The long version.
But I'm just really interested how you started out. You know, some
mean,
hurdles, obstacles, what was turning points, etc., etc.
Not to
Whatever
go
you
too
would
deep
like
into
to
it,
share.
but
T Talks on T Trades. How about that?
yeah, my own T Talks. Let's get it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. All right.
I mean, so essentially kind of how I got into it was I had some health problems happen where I had to quit my job. And so then I'm just kind of chilling, doing nothing. And my mom's like, you got to do something with your life. And I was just scrolling on Instagram, found trading, got into it. And then, you know, how most people, you know, you join a Discord, start learning. And at first I found the strat, which is actually what I would say very similar to how I trade currently. I just didn't really have a total understanding of it and how, you know, targets and liquidity worked. So I was just kind of trying to trade breakouts and just losing money. And then into 2022, I found ICT and it just kind of clicked for me. And then after that, you know, took what made sense to me, threw away what didn't. And then, you know, you just turn that into your own model. And after that, it's like, once I have my own model, like I don't really change anything. Like I'll just get experience with that and then optimize. And besides that, I don't do anything new. I don't change anything. Like I just do the same thing over and over now. So
that's cool. That's awesome.
Share your
Any other
daily
questions,
plan.
Tom? Any other question? Someone said he's gonna ask you for a business loan next. So.
No business loan. No, not about that. No.
Business loan.
But yeah, it's that's why I'm saying, like, it's always interesting to hear the stories, and that's why I was just asking. So that's why anything you feel like worth sharing, that's obviously for motivation for the chat and everybody. And yeah, that's cool.
I mean, I guess I can also talk about a few things I struggled with. I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Early on, like I'm just a competitive person. I really hate losing, and I just couldn't accept the fact that I was gonna have to lose. Yeah. And so, you know, like early on, this is like before I even knew about prop firms or anything, you know, so I'm just trading my own personal options account. And, you know, you run it up for a little, like this is like I was still in university, everything like that. You know, you run it up and like pretty insane. Like I didn't really have risk management back then, you know, so I'm like running at 100-200% account value in like 2 weeks. And then, you know, I take like a tiny loss and I just can't accept the fact that I'm losing. And then, you know, you blow up. So it's like, for me, I struggled early on with revenge trading and like tilt and just accepting the fact that you have to lose. Once I put that aside and just was like, okay, I'm going to lose, and just understood the math behind it, which I know Nick talks a lot about with his strategy and how you can lose, and, you know, just understanding the probabilities, it just is a little bit easier. So
was there like a special aha moment or turning point when you were struggling with the revenge trading, and you just said one day you got up and like you said, okay, that's enough, I'm not gonna do this anymore? Or you just went through like the usual way, which is obviously I did the same thing, like you just had so many like pain and losses that you suffered through, like after those many losses, which however much it would be or less, but after some losses, you said you just, you know, slowly got into the mood, like you had that reflex actually developed itself to avoid certain trades and certain revenge scenarios, or is it just happened like one day to another, or
yeah, I get what you're saying. For me, it was a slow series in the beginning, right? So for me, it was like, you know, I'm just going back to my journey with my personal options account. It's like, you know, I just refunded that thing like 3 times maybe or so. And then eventually it just like reached a point where it's like, I had one losing like tilt day where it was just so much where I was like, what am I doing? Like I either just like, you make a change or you're going to have to give up. So it's like, what are you going to do? Give up or make a change? You just have to choose. So.
And you made the choice. Nice. That is awesome. And what what do you think for the future? I mean, do you see yourself trading 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 5 years from now? Do you have other business plans besides trading, or this is going to be your main, portfolio or business model, or, how is your mindset working basically? Like in the big picture, is trading is going to be your main thing, or are you looking for to do something else as well?
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, I don't know because life changes pretty quick, but just to speak of currently, it's like I do own a few different businesses. I'm starting another like supplement business in a way. And so it's like I do have a lot of other projects I work on. And I think with that, and as you reduce your time you can spend on the charts due to other activities, I think it's not that you get rid of trading, it's more that you just go up to the higher time frames, right? So instead of sitting here every day on the 3 minute and 1 minute and trying to take trades, it's like you sit on the daily, position yourself on the hourly, or the weekly chart and the 4 hour, so it's more of just like how much time do you have currently, and then how do you position yourself with that?
Yeah.
You kind of have to find the right balance, right? I think we all kind of run up against the same struggles, and the people who end up successful find their way through that, and even maybe to work with it sometimes. It's like we never get rid of fear. We have to learn to work with fear, that sort of thing. But
like
you can adapt by like taking higher time frame trades instead of high frequency.
Yeah.
Something like that, to where it works better for your own personality. I know some people don't want to hold a trade for 45 minutes, like ever.
I mean,
by the way,
they're better on the lower
sorry.
time frames.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, actually, I just lost my train of thought. So never mind, go for it.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. I just wanted to say, like I heard you were saying earlier that this week you haven't really traded. I guess you had some other things to do, but usually we say that less is more, like quality over quantity. Like, do you agree with this? Like, is this theory concept change your trading? I guess you were taking, like when you were in the beginning phase, you were also taking more trades positions, and then I guess you also toned it down, right? So I don't know. I'm just guessing. Does it really help a lot, or what would you say about this to someone who's new in trading?
First off, I want to say hi to Winnie. What a good-looking dog there. Or is that Cooper?
He's farming the likes, everybody. That's how he does it. He doesn't have to say anything. He's just farming the likes. Okay.
Yeah, we see what's going on over there.
But oh man, I got distracted by the dog. Can you just quickly repeat the question? Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, sure. So basically, so usually, like I said, like we all start like taking.
I remember the question. Now we're good to go. All right. So I think for me, it kind of also depends on what you struggle with. But I think a lot of people, common theme is people struggle with revenge trading and tilt and all of that, right? And so my mindset behind it is, it's not that like tilt is the actual problem, right? It's the trigger that causes tilt is the problem. So if your trigger is to take a losing trade and you're taking 20 trades a day, you have now 20 chances to expose yourself to some sort of trigger that will cause tilt. Versus if you take 1 trade a day, you have 1. So it just, in my eyes, if you expose yourself to the market less, taking less trades, there's kind of less work you have to do on that mental side of, hey, I'm not going to make a mistake. I'm not going to go on tilt. I'm not going to make these reckless decisions. So do you want to make that decision once a day, or do you want to make it 20 times a day? That's up to you and how you trade and your personality. But that's how I think of it.
Yeah, that's cool.
You guys hear me?
Yeah,
I know.
Now I can.
There we go.
All right. So quick thing I'll touch on now that we're getting towards the open of 10 a.m. Right, you'll notice that this 4-hour candle here is going to be closing. So, right, it's very bearish, which I just always assume continuation, right? But I'm not going to short this low into the day, especially given the average daily range currently and the volatility we have been experiencing. So if I was to try to frame something, we're on NQ on both of those, I would want to be looking at the previous 4 hours low. So basically this low here. And can we form a reversal off of that to trade back into the range, right? And that's kind of the approach. Or if we open, trade higher first, can we frame towards that 4-hour low, right? So it's the same thing I was doing on the daily candles, just with the 4-hour candles. So
cool. That is cool.
Yeah. So Not too much though. Like I said, I want to be positioning myself around the daily open generally. And so unless I'm positioning myself up in here, there's really not much for me to try to short here. Right. But I think, Tom, you were talking about this zone in here, right? For looking for something to go
Yeah, there is one more level at 344 that I see based on the 5-minute chart. I'm usually more of a supply demand zone ish trader. I don't know if like everybody, I think the supply and demand zone thing might be explained differently by different type of traders, and I really don't want to debate with anyone or with ICT terms or whatever.
We're not going to have drama on here today. This is a drama-free zone.
I mean, I'm going to be so honest. I don't really care how people trade. Like, you do you make money.
Exactly.
That's the problem is like we were talking about the other day. It's not the trading style that you use. I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. It's going around telling everybody that their trading style is stupid because yours is better because it's whatever. That's what we don't like.
Yeah.
On that note, while we have T-Trades here, I wanted to remind everybody that we have the flash discount, but you gotta subscribe. And you need to like
use the word
channel.
flash, bro.
I'm not gonna. You want me to say flash, or you want me to do flash? What?
Whoa.
Okay.
So we've got a flash sale.
Let's settle down now.
We've got the code pinned there. It should be T-Trades 15 off, right? Did I get that right? Yeah, T-Trades 15 off. And I like that one because it says it's reoccurring. But be sure you're liking and subscribing because that's how we get this stuff done for you. So
sweet. All right, let's see. Did I miss any Nick, did I miss any questions that are
I was just kind of going through them. Let me just see one. Oh, show eggplants. Well, actually, we got someone who's got all these cool things. What
are you guys talking about?
I love Barbie. What are y'all talking about? I love Barbie.
I may be missing something here.
God. People like drama's cooking on the time. What are you talking about? I love Barbie. Let's see. There was one. It was up here. It was like, how do you filter? How can you see a seek and destroy condition, like a bad trading session ahead of time?
Yeah, we can talk about that. So I guess we can just use kind of gold and NQ today, right, as a difference. So if we're taking a look, right, the whole idea of, at least the way I trade, is if I am bearish, I want to see a price open, make a high, and I want this high to be small, right? So I don't want price to open, make this large move higher, right? Because you have to think price can only go so far in a day generally, right? So I want to see a small opposing run. That's what I call this. And this is going to form that upper wick. And then I want to see price trend lower, right? Because it only spent this much time in this much range making the wick. So then it can spend all its time in range making the body of the candle, right? Versus if we have price open, trade really high, then I'm not really expecting it to trend, right? It can come back to its daily open, but you notice that's like the same range. It's just we're using half the range to make the wick. So if you notice on something like today on NQ, right, we open up, we make a small opposing run, right, that small wick, and then we form that early into the candle, and then that allows for price to just trend lower, right? Versus, we can use gold as an example. It's not perfect, but look, it tried to make its upper wick early in, but then it spends all this time kind of doing nothing, right? So do I think it's still going to previous day low? Yes, but why do I not think it's going to just expand lower? Well, look at the difference. It spent all its time making the wick of the daily candle. So I don't really expect it to just start trending. Can it? Yeah, but my expectations are that, right? It's going to be consistently that. So let's see if I can find another example of maybe one with a large wick. Let's see.
Yeah, someone wanted oil analysis too, so this is good too.
I mean, oil is not really great.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's just chop.
It's not been doing anything.
And like I said, if I'm trying to frame this day back into the range, I need a sweep of previous day high, which I guess we have on a correlated asset. So you can trade it. But look at the difference of this, right? If I'm trying to trade it back into the range, it sweeps and it's making this wick early into the candle. So we can still get some sort of trend out of it. Versus oil isn't really making that wick, right? It's just consolidating. Let me just find an example of like a large wick candle, and I can show you what I mean with the wick size. We'll go to something that's not oil, right? We'll just go to this day, right? So you can frame this as a bearish day, right? Which makes the most sense. But if we're framing it bullish, right? We're just for the sake of the example, we would want to see price open, right? Open up. It would want to make a shallow wick, and then we'd want to see it expand higher, right? But it spends all this time making such a large run that we're not expecting it to just go and then expand all the way up, right? This is where I'm changing my expectations because we have such a large range that if I am bullish, I'm only looking back towards the daily open. So like another example would be NQ today.
Yeah.
Let's say you are bullish and trying to frame this higher. Does it really make sense to have the expectations that price is just going to go all the way up there? No. It makes a lot more sense to frame it back towards its daily open, right? Because it's making a large wick, can trade it back to there, if anything. So that's kind of like the lesson on wicks.
This is also a good example of what I was talking about earlier and what you talk about on your videos is if you go at NQ right now on the hourly, like this is why I try to tell people don't long like 10 to 15 minutes before 10 a.m. or short, right? Because you'll see an open high like this. And if the draw, like I think you had that line marked off down there at 545 or 345 or I don't know.
I had it was actually the midpoint of this area. It was like that.
So like this is probably if I'm looking at it, this is re-ads for shorts or potential entry for shorts right here. But most people they spend so much time longing the previous hourly, the wick of that candle on the previous hour or shorting, I'm sorry. And now they're stopped out, right?
Yeah. So the main thing for me is kind of what I talked about, right? Where if I'm wanting to trade long, like I said, I'm only going to be focused on that at 10 a.m. because this is a bearish candle. This is going to be a bearish candle until 10 a.m. It's not going to go reverse.
The chat is wondering why you're looking at 10 a.m. as opposed to any other time of the day.
Well, it's just
you're based on the candle closes, right?
Yeah, you can use any time frame, right? So I can use 10 a.m. So like you think of the time frames, right? Daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, right? It's all just open, high, low, close, right? It's all just candlesticks. So if you think the daily, right, it's still bearish, right? So that means you want to ideally, if you're going to long, it makes more sense to long the next day, right? And that's why I favor continuations. 4 hour, it's bearish, right? You can do the same thing on the hourly though, right? Like if this is a bearish candle, it doesn't make sense to look for longs until this next candle. And it's the same thing here. This 9 a.m. candle is bearish. It doesn't really make sense to look for longs until the next candle. And so the 10 a.m. just lines up because you're getting a new hourly candle and a new 4 hour candle and a new 30 minute and a new 15 minute, right? You're getting all those new time frames, which means that that's when price can switch directions, right? So that's why I was looking for, it didn't happen, but what you would want to see is some sort of run of a low, right? So I wouldn't personally, like if I was going to long this, I need some sort of run of this previous low or an SMT, right? So if you notice, none of the assets took out this previous low. If one of them did, like let's say YM did this, right, and took out this low here, we just draw it on, right? That's when I could say, okay, I can take a look at longs in here. Then I could look to the lower time frames where I'm looking at the 3 minute and say, oh, nice. We have a bullish candle that just swept out, and I can just take a look at a long in here trying to trade back into the range, right? For whatever that is, right? I would, if I'm trying to trade a reversal, I'm usually getting higher risk to reward and less size, right? But that's what I mean, right? And we didn't get that. That's what I was hoping we could get, so I could explain it to you guys live. It's just we didn't get that, right? So, but you're not going to say, oh, I missed this trade, because you didn't miss anything. If something doesn't align with your system, it's not a miss. It's just nothing. So,
I just love this logic. This is awesome, man. I just keep listening and listening. This is so cool.
Yeah,
everything.
And so we're back to gold. And if you notice, we had that expansion, retracement. I'm still expecting this to continue lower into that previous day low, right? Now, the main thing for me is this is how I like to short. I don't like to short lows, right? So if you notice, these were the equal lows we were talking about, Nick and I, at the beginning of the stream. or it was slightly a bit lower, something like that. If I'm going to short, I need to be shorting prior to these lows get taken out. So up in here. I'm not trying to short after this because I have found in my experience, if after lows are taken, I'm trying to short, that's when I get caught in some sort of reversal or different phase of price. So
speaking of like waiting, someone asked if I set previous day as my target and I only trade during London session, but suddenly before London session that it reaches that target, what should I do? My answer is nothing. Like you're just gonna have to wait. But like, what would you say?
I mean, so it obviously depends on kind of your level of experience with your own system. We can find an example of like Euro maybe the other day.
Maybe NQ yesterday. Like I expected Asia low to get hit, and then
I mean,
the low was intact. You know?
Yeah. I mean, there's a few ways we can frame it, right? So like an example would be, once again, we're going back to that we have 3 days of expansion. So I can look for another phase of price. Where would that be? Sweep of that low. But let's just say for the sake of the example, you're bearish to previous day low, right? And you notice that price already runs out that previous day low. This is what I mean, where I'm not trying to short once these lows are taken, right? Because that's where you get caught in something like this. So for me, there's kind of two options. The easiest is just completely avoid it. The other is, if it makes sense, like in this case, it would make sense to frame it the other way to these highs, right? Because of the higher time frame bias. But most of the time, if we just have a previous day low, we can just go over the scenarios, right? Most of the time you want to see price trade higher, then you're getting an entry in here to that previous day low. If price, let's say, already takes out that previous day low, you're going to reference the wick size. Is this an expansion day? Because if price has a very shallow wick and we take out previous day low, it can trend. If price had a very large wick, right, then we're not really expecting it to trend, right? It's just a few scenarios of, you know, do I expect a reversal here? Or do I not? So like, for instance, we go back to NQ, like Nick was saying, right? When we take out previous day low here, is it still valid to look for shorts? Yeah, because of the wick size of this candle, right? Because we can still expect some sort of expansion lower. Is it ideal? No, I still prefer to always be in before it. But if we go to something like gold, right? Would it make sense at all to be looking for shorts below this low? No, because this candle doesn't support that expansion lower, right? I'm just expecting it to hit previous day low, and then I don't really care what it does. Makes sense?
No. That's good.
You know what I've noticed? There's a lot of comments on how logical your thought process is and everything. You're a very logical trader. Do you think that relying on that logic helps keep you from getting into, you know, the FOMO and the revenge trading and everything, because you just have all that statistics and that numbers to rely on?
So I don't have like statistics on it. I just have the same process I do on everything, and like I've gained my experience and I know which candles are best for me to be trading in, right? But the main thing for me is I have a mechanical system, which then allows me to kind of not really, I can go through that pretty mindlessly. Like when it comes to an entry or anything like that, you notice this indicator will just mark out areas to enter, right? So for instance, we go to this morning on NQ. When I'm looking for an entry, my indicator will literally just plot out where I'm wanting to short, right? Because it's the logic of the wick size, right? So once these show up, basically I'm looking at this previous candle. If we're going to have a small wick in this next candle, right? I have a zone that marks it out, right? And if price goes above that zone, it's not going to expand, right? So if you notice, right, here's the little area. So I'm expecting price to form its wick in here, which it does. And then I'm just looking for a very simple, when price reaches into a point of interest, closes below this level, that then gives me an invalidation here, right? And then it's just, I repeat the same thing over and over. Okay, we expand, right? Once again, here's where I want to see this wick form, right? And got a little bit ahead of myself. But once we get that close below, because swept out a high, close below, now I don't expect this high to get taken out. And then I could get an entry as there as well, right? And so it's just super mechanical when it comes to the charts and what I'm looking for. Same thing for gold. If you notice, I didn't really mark out much. I was like one candle with a close below. That's it. So the main thing is my system is mechanical enough to where I can kind of do it mindlessly. And then that's what allows me to be more discretionary with my higher time frame bias in that approach. because I just have to decide where do I want to see price go. Once I decide that, I don't really have to think, right? You'll see it just prints it on the screen for me. So that's
a good question there, Barbs, and even better answer. See,
so
I love that.
Someone said, "What's that?"
Go ahead, Nick.
No, someone is getting T confused with TJR. They're like, my question for TJR. I find that funny.
Not quite TJR, but
no, I like how you answered that. You were talking about you this whole session, really, you've been talking about mechanical. I was about to ask right before you answered Barbie's question there about how do you differentiate between mechanical and discretionary?
Yeah.
There's just sometimes, you just have to kind of go, you can't, it's not always so easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bam, take trade,
Yeah. I mean, there is ways, like, for instance, what I just explained on the daily to hourly, I can do that on the hourly to 5 minute. And my indicator has it built in to where I can just click a button that says auto bias and it will reference that for me. Right. So if I just go on here.
Is this indicator on TradingView or what
platform? It is TradingView. Yeah. It is my private indicator. So,
private indicator. Okay.
But I mean, well, it's public, but private,
Yeah.
But I can just do that and then it will reference the higher time frame candles for me. But the main thing for me, so like if you notice, it says bearish, right? So it's only looking for bearish because the trend's bearish. But the main thing for me is the discretionary component in my trading is where I like to go to the hour or the daily, and it's like I can, decide, hey, I'm looking for shorts this day, right? Yesterday I had analysis of looking for shorts this day off 0.5 of this wick, right? Now, mechanically within my system, that's not there, right? So it's like where it becomes the mix of discretionary and mechanical is this higher time frame where I'm saying, okay, from my experience, we have 3 days of expansion. We have 0.5 of this wick. Mechanically, there's nothing there to look for shorts, but when you blend it with experience and your discretionary component, now you can go in here and then you can find the mechanical entries, right? So if you look, we can just go in here and then, right, it will just print it for me, right? So you'll see, oh, right there, I want a wick, right? And there we go, right? So then I'm just looking for those entries in there. And like I said, once I get to the entry time frame, it's a bit mindless for me. I don't really have to think too much because I just look in here and I say, oh, right there, close below. There's my invalidation entry. That's it.
That is excellent.
Yeah.
It's just clean and simple, and actually it's cool. And like these, I mean, this kind of formation, this pattern is actually it's visible throughout like every other market. Like, is it something
everything.
That
like give me a stupid random asset and we'll go.
I don't know, man. I mean,
like give me some crypto. Something.
Go to dollar CAD. Dollar CAD is a crazy currency pair. Can you check dollar CAD? That's always something I never understood. What the heck is going on with dollar CAD?
Yeah, I mean, so the big thing right now is dollar is very bullish. So if we go to take a look at the dollar, right, we swept out this low.
Yeah.
And then we have that very V-shaped reversal here. So I'll let the indicator load, but this will actually print this out. And then because it's mechanical, this is actually a daily and monthly model, right? So you'll see, right, it prints out that change in the state of delivery, which is telling me it's bullish now. And so I'm looking for dollar to trade to these highs. So if you know much about Forex, you can then find the most bearish currencies and compare them together. So if we go to 6C here, right, this is a very bearish currency right now. And I spoke about this on Wednesday, but looking for this low, right? So it makes sense to look at USD CAD in terms of long setups. Now, what I would want to do is, the way it works for me is we'll just go back into here somewhere, right? Somewhere in there, right?
Okay.
If I'm wanting to trade long, right, my whole idea is I want a small wick on the daily candle, right? And how can that be defined? Well, I just use 0.5 of the previous day's range. So right here. So as long as this day here is making its daily candle or its wick in this area, it's a small enough wick for me. Right now, this isn't an ideal trade because price opened higher first, but just for the sake of the example, we can go in here. I'll just replay it. Right. what I need is a point of interest, which I have, sweeping out a low or reaching into a fair value up. And then I have a candle closure. So then I could just go to the 5 minute and it's just going to mark it out for me where, okay, we have a nice aggressive reaction. It's going to mark out this level here. And then I would just be looking for entries in here. We'll give it a second to load.
That is cool.
It's taking a fat
What
minute
happens
to
if you
load.
get your entry right before news, like 9:45, a PMI, or
I mean,
10?
it depends on the news, right? So like for today,
It's not like
the
CPI.
news isn't that impactful today, right? So if it's like not CPI, FOMC, NFP, like I don't really care too much.
Okay.
But let's see here. So you can see it went ahead a little bit, but on the start of this candle, it prints this little green box that says, hey, I want to see this higher time frame wick form in that green box. So if you notice, forms in the green box.
Yeah.
I closes over. Now I could just enter with my stop on that low because I don't expect it to go, and then look for 2R.
That is so cool because it makes the decision much more easier.
Yeah, so
Actually,
then-
takes
right,
off the
we'll see.
emotional load.
Oh,
That's
look,
awesome.
See, like that'd be a stop out, right?
Hey, that's still awesome.
It's the
And
same
it
thing.
goes.
Like we can go over why that doesn't make sense. Like
It doesn't matter. I
this,
mean,
and then we go to the hourly. But I'm just showing you guys like it's the same process over and over and over.
Yeah.
So like we go back to gold here. I just decide that I'm bearish to previous day low.
did you came up with this idea? Did you carve out your own way in this?
Yeah. So this is like my own model,
Mhm.
and then once you have a system that's very repeatable, like I have a flow chart I go through for my model, then I just talk to my friend 2 Degrees, who's a developer, and then he helped me code it all up essentially.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So like right here, right? If we do the same thing, I'll just replay gold here.
How much time did it took you to finalize this entry method for you? Or, I mean, I would guess it took quite some time to go over.
I mean,
a lot of
few years in total
years.
of like everything.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
like I had a lot more into this. Like I would use a lot of different concepts, and I just refined those out as they weren't really relevant. But like right here, even right,
Yeah.
the way it forms is a bit weird, but you want to see this wick form right there, which it already did. So then it already expanded. Wait for the next candle. Ideally, the wick forms in here. It's not super ideal in this scenario, right? But it's the same thing of you're waiting for the same closures, right? Oh, we don't get it there. All right, then we get it. And then it's just pretty repeatable. So
this is awesome. And the best thing is that this is definitely one of those things that actually is going to keep your confidence and on the highest level with the conviction in your trading model. And that is just so cool. That's why I also believe in that every trader, at the end of the day or end of the road or throughout the journey should be carving out their own way. The way you explain this, it's just amazing. And yeah.
And then a few people were asking like, where can you learn this? My flowchart, I do like, it did take me a lot of time to come up with this. So like that is within my course, but I put out a lot of free materials on it. So I think I can just grab a link if I send it to you guys on the back end. Is there any way you can share it in chat?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Let me find it.
People smarter than I am can figure it out.
Like this is right there.
I think this has been a really great lesson too on focusing on the things that work for you and not hopping around and trying something new all the time just because you have one failure.
I mean, that's why I asked, like, it took you like years to go through every scenario, and obviously it's a different time frame for everybody, but this just shows like really how much energy, time, and tears and sweat and everything you have to put into this to work out. But as long as you're not giving up, there you go. This is the result, and you're just gonna make it. That's the cool thing. And I'm saying this like to everybody, especially for the newcomers in trading. As long as you're not giving up, you're gonna make it. You're gonna get there. That's it. That's just a fact.
I'll throw on the time labels so it's easier for people to see what I'm talking about here. So that will show you, like, this is a 7 a.m. hourly candle and shows all that. So then there you can see, so we were expecting, right? We just didn't get what we wanted, right? We can anticipate this move higher at 10 a.m., right? That's where we wanted it. It's just, it never gave any structure to this reversal to want to trade it higher. So
nice.
frustrating for traders a lot when they'll see a reversal, but it didn't give you the signal to get in. But when you just look at the big picture, it works out better that way, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're always going to miss something, but like, if you notice, there's like 6 different things you can trade each day. So like, what, you miss one, big deal.
That.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what else I noticed, like, you've got your indicator, and
Mhm.
everyone's always asked me, like, what the best indicator is. I don't know if I mean, there's not a straight answer to that. There's no best indicator, but what
No.
you've done with your indicator is put the things that are most important for you to see on your chart. So that's what your
Yeah.
indicator is.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
that's
you
whatever
can,
your indicator is, it should be whatever you're looking for. It needs to help you see that.
it's the best indicator for you, right? So like,
Yeah.
for someone else trading VWAP can be the best indicator for them. That's not going to be the best indicator for me, right?
Yeah.
This might be the best indicator for me, but you know, you're trading EMAs. Cool.
Yeah, but
Like,
the point
that's
of
not
it is that it's not, you're not looking for necessarily signals from your indicator. You're looking for something that will show you what you're trying to look for a little bit more
I
easily.
mean,
Yeah.
that's an extra layer of confluence, I guess, than what you
Yeah.
get with this.
I mean, the main thing is like, this is how I've traded. So like a year ago, I didn't have the indicator. So like all the stuff that's marked out here, I would do this just but manually, right? So I just manually mark out all of everything that's on here. So really, it's just like, it's allowing me to be a bit more lazy. Like, that's simply what it is.
But you can focus on the price section then. So
Yeah.
you don't have to. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we actually have someone in the chat, Day Trading Realtor. He actually uses this indicator as his strategy. So
yeah,
like,
so like I can show you his strategy if you guys want. I mean, it's really the way he trades is he'll look for a daily setup, right? So for instance here, Euro's bearish, right? And then he looks at the 4-hour and the 15-minute model to align with that. So I don't know if it might form right there, yeah. So what he's looking for is, since it's bearish on the daily, right, he's looking for a 4-hour and 15-minute fractal model with that. So if you notice right here, it's a bit different, but you notice how it has a small wick, so it can support expansion lower. We have the sweep, we have an SMT with pound and dollar, change in the state of delivery. So then he can just look for shorts in this. And then once again, what did we talk about? If this expansion is going to expand, right, we can hold until the close of that candle normally. If we hold till the close of that candle, look, we're exiting basically the current low day. So
good stuff. Good stuff. Today.
Yeah, and he said pounds better.
W in the chat if you guys enjoyed this stream. You know, I think this is a very, you know, we got him on here for an hour. You know,
I'm just listening and listening. I had questions along the way, but I really did not want it to interrupt because I think the way you explained it, and gotta say, I love the voice too, so I definitely can relate to that. So as I was listening, I was like, man, where am I? I mean, I like this. So let's just stay in this. I really, it's really cool the way you explained it. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so I mean, he said 6B was better today, so we just went and took a look at it. It has a bearish daily, and then you can see the pattern, right? So that's all it is. It's a pattern. It has a few confluences, right? Euro makes a higher high here instead of a lower high, so that's a divergence, and we have another one there. So basically, we have 2 divergences at the high with a change in the state of delivery. Here's some projections for targets, and then it marks up the area. So like, once again, you guys have seen it. What am I going to look for in here? I'm going to go find the high, and then I'm looking for a close below that, which generally I'm going to use that level. And then now I expect this high to remain because this wick has formed. Then I can expect price to trend until when? The next candle. So it's open high, trends lower, closes. So let's see if there's anything on, and I don't know if there's anything on NQ today.
Yeah, wrap up your analysis here for NQ.
Oh yeah. I mean, the rest of the day, I don't really care what goes on. I only, I'll be honest, like, if you try to put me in the PM session, I would be terrible. Most of the range of the daily candle gets created prior to like 11 a.m. normally. So, but if I had to guess, like I said,
low of the week gets ran or high of the week, or we move to a high of the week. What do you think?
For me, I don't know until the daily candle closes. Right now, you know, if we have a 10 a.m. reversal, right? If we're going to keep this as an expansion candle, we could see price go back towards the daily open, right? So I would just see the daily open. We could see price go back up towards there. Other than that, I just don't really have much of an opinion on indices because my whole idea was bearish today and it already happened. So I just ignore the rest of whatever goes on.
Gotta love that. Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have much either. I didn't see this whole move down coming, so I'm kind of like hands off.
I didn't see it expanding that much. I just wanted it to be like 250 points, somewhere in there, just because the average daily range lately has been pretty low because we've been grinding up. So it's nice to see a almost 400 point day. It's not. If we can go back to that volatility, it'll be fun.
We've been due for a pullback, so
yeah.
I know it feels dramatic, but this is normal part of the market.
Yeah.
So
nice little recovery here.
And then gold's just gonna probably chill until like I don't have any difference in opinion. I would say this, right? So you can see it forming on the 15-minute here, where we have a bearish closure on this, so we still can expect this 10 a.m. candle to go lower towards previous day low. We have a point of interest right here, and then we want to see, can we get price to move lower from this area, right? If it goes and takes out this high, then the whole idea of the previous day low is just wrong, right? And then it probably just runs this.
Yeah.
So, but that's why I said, like, I want to short before these lows are taken out, because if not, you're just going to sit in this mess.
Yeah, I got to bounce, but man, I think we got some good guests coming on here.
Yeah.
Tom can hit us with a goated outro here real quick.
Well, I wish I could say something. I mean, you know what? Go to the outro. I can tell you guys, everybody, it's not extremely good knowledge from T-Trades. We are very, very grateful for all this information. And obviously, I guess T-Trades can send everybody a voice message like, don't worry, your funded account is blown up, but it's all going to be good. If you listen to his voice, it's going to be like the only way to survive the red days. I feel like if I have a voice message from him, it's going to be all good. So it kind of helps me. But anyway, thank you so much, T-Trades. I really enjoyed it. I was just listening and soaking all the information. It was really interesting and exciting. And hope to see you as soon as possible again.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Hope you guys enjoyed it. Sorry if I missed any questions. Maybe we can get that next time.
We'll have time
it was
for that.
very valuable. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we got you on for some extra time, because that was a lot. So
yeah,
I appreciate
sweet.
it. I think we all appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
All right, cheers.
Yeah, I'll take it easy.
And I think we already have Ash and our next guest. So whenever we are ready, right, Barbie? Any thoughts here? I think we're going to welcome them, right? Any moment if they're ready, just let us know.
Yeah. We're literally at the spot that I was watching on ES.
Here they are.
6670.
Oh yeah,
They've arrived.
Hey guys, welcome.
Yo, thank you so much for having me. What's good, everybody? Hello.
Yo,
Good to see you all again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, sorry, Barbie, I just interrupted you. You had the level on ES? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I was looking at 6670. We're there now, so I'm going to see if we. This is I think, an important spot to see if we reject back off of or break through, because that's going to be a structure shift if we break back higher, or a continuation if we put in a swing high here in the hourly.
Yeah, it's seemingly that's the case. Ash, what's going on? What's happening today? Is he muted? Maybe.
Uh-oh. Muted Ash.
Whoops.
Oh,
what a
now
day
you're
this
cool.
morning, huh?
Yeah. Interesting sort of session. Well, we don't want to hold you up from your time, because obviously you guys have a lot to talk about. I just want to ask Barbie if you have some thoughts here, or what?
Yeah, that's basically. I'm basically watching the 6670 level to see if this is kind of a swing high area, or if we break back through it. So. I'm just watching to kind of see what's going to happen with the rest of us here. We're at a key spot. It's time to pay attention for me.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll watch this level. I'm definitely going to be sticking around and going to be watching how things are going. All right. Thank you, everybody. This was a great session. And Ash, I'll let you guys take it away. Thank you, Barbie. This was great. And we'll be back soon, and tomorrow as well, right? All right.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your time.
All right. Cheers, everybody.
Have a good day.
Cheers, guys.
Let's see if we get these cameras up. There we go. Hey,
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Jake.
Apologies for my camera. I have my nicer camera, but it's flipped vertically, and I don't know how to crop it on. Apologies. I'm not very technical, so we have my lower quality camera, but you can hear me. I hope that's all that matters.
Yeah, we could hear you loud and clear. We could see you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Thanks for joining us once again. I'm very excited to have you on stream again.
Dude, me too. I was excited, and when they mentioned that it would be you and I again today, I was hyped, man. I had a really good time last time in our conversation, so I'm stoked, bro. I'm stoked to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and also, hopefully I saw this correct, but happy belated birthday too. Was that last week or was that the week before? I thought it was your birthday recently.
I might have been celebrating someone else's birthday.
Oh, okay.
It was my mom's birthday was last week, so I was celebrating my mom's birthday. So I'll tell her you said that. Thank you. She'll be very happy.
Happy birthday to Mama Reese.
She'll be a happy camper.
So how's your day going? What are you looking for anything in this market today?
Yeah,
Going on for today?
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I kind of missed the short early this morning. I'm trying to see if I can throw my screen up there. I missed the short early this morning, and then from there it became a question of waiting for a retracement, right? Which I think for my system, catching the short this morning, I would have had to enter essentially there or wait for the next entry. And the next entry presented itself here. But I decided to skip that one. And in hindsight, I'm actually pretty happy I decided to skip it because the market has since moved up a ton, right? So as soon as we kind of got this shift, the perspective for me became, okay, where's the opening print, which was right here. And I wanted some sort of consolidation off the opening print to try and find an entry or off this level or something some sort of bull flag type action so I could feel good about taking a next leg up. And we haven't had that yet. So far I am in waiting mode, but I do think that there is a trade potentially setting up here in the next bit. I think it just will require us to wait for a little bit of consolidation.
Very good information. Yeah, so I was kind of looking at the same thing.
I meant that because what's your day been like? What have you been looking at?
So I had a short idea here in London. London made a lot of sense to me because a lot of my trading is just divergences.
Okay.
So heading into the close of London, there was a very clear divergence between ES and NQ. I mainly only trade ES and NQ. For me, seeing the 4 a.m. hourly candle run above the 1 a.m. hourly candle on NQ, whereas on ES, it failed to do that.
Yep, I see that right here. Yep.
That divergence to me is like the market tipping its hand saying it's time to engage with price. So on ES failed to run above the 1 a.m. hourly candle high.
Yeah.
4 a.m. hourly candle. That to me is a short. That to me shows that ES is the weaker pair. Let me just show the stream as well while I'm talking about it. So here you can see NQ ran above into this gap here. Let me point it out here. So NQ ran above that high into the gap, whereas ES did not run above that high into the gap. And to me, that is a clear sign of weakness in the marketplace. And with that, it's very clear in terms of like, if we want to just do some like trend analysis too, from the highs here, we're just putting in, lower highs and lower lows. So if we're looking at a bearish trend, we just had a sign of weakness within one of our sessions. That's probably the only other thing that means a lot to me is time. Seeing that it was inside of London session means a lot more than everything outside of London session. So seeing that weakness there, that to me was a short. And if I get down to the lower time frames, I could show where the actual entry occurred. Here it is here. So I take a look at this here. This to me is just a change in the state of delivery, trend change, whatever you want to call it. We were moving up. we put in a higher low, we put in a higher high, and then instead of putting in another higher low, we put in a lower low. So it looks like the trend changed here. If this was a trend, it changed here with that sign of weakness. To me, that's a short. It played out very well.
That's a great trade.
Unfortunately, this is a weakness of mine, I would say, is that I aim for a 1 to 2 risk to reward.
Okay.
So a lot of meat left on the bone there, seeing that we just continue to keep heading lower.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Is that cool? Because this was an awesome trade, bro. This was really, and I'm curious about a few things.
Absolutely. Hit me.
First, do you stay up at night to trade London, or do you what time was it when you actually took this entry?
Yeah, so 5 a.m. in the morning. So I'm actually a morning person, is what it is.
Got it. Okay, so you're up anyway. So you okay, got it. Okay.
I'm on the U.S. I'm in the U.S. on the East Coast. I'm in the Carolinas.
Okay.
So my morning always starts early. Seeing as a lot of the individuals that I talk with in the communities are from London, so I do feel a little required to be up for the London session. Just talking to people, answering questions, the whole nine, and just getting my day started. Like I'm outside walking at that time because if I go outside right now, it's like 95 degrees. I'm like, I don't know if I want the air conditioning at this point. So
yeah. Past like 10 a.m., it becomes air conditioning time.
Yeah. So,
okay. So you took the trade. So you were already up, and so that makes sense. So your trading day starts early. So what time do you are by the first hour of New York? Or what time do you usually done then? Because if you're starting early, are you there all day, or is it like breaks in between?
Definitely breaks in between. Okay, so good. London 2 to 5, New York 9:30 to 11:30. So huge break in between there. Usually that's when I'm doing chores around the house or sending the wife off to work, getting some walking in, getting some coffee in, just getting the body moving, doing definitely some self-reflection too. I'm huge into psychology, so just some positive affirmations, some reading, stuff like that.
Which is huge pre-market, getting yourself in the right mindset. One of the other questions I had, so you mentioned the 2 to 1. Sorry, I got you. There was a great trade. Now I'm curious. You mentioned the 2 to 1 thing as a weakness. Why do you say? Just pure curiosity. Why do you say weakness?
So it's just leaving a lot on the bone. So I'm always entering at the beginning of the breaker, and then I'm putting a stop at the swing high or the swing low. So I know where the entry is and I know where the stop is. So that gives the measurement for 1 to 2 risk to reward.
Right. And you just fix it every time. It's not like a specific target. It's fixed.
It's fixed contingent upon the market. So it's not a set amount of points because ranges can change day to day. So
but it's set 2 to 1. Your TP is always exactly 2x the risk. Yeah,
exactly. So, in a business where you really got to allow your winners to be much larger than your losers, that's why I'd consider it a weakness, because that's really where you make the progress, right? This thing goes past 9R. So it's like you're leaving a lot on the bone trying to focus on the process, trying to be mechanical in an approach. So in a business where you really got to let your winners win, that's why I find it as a weakness.
For sure. And that the only reason I asked that is because one, it was a great trade, so like when you see a great trade like that, one of the first things you say is weakness naturally. But it's interesting is that just because I 1000% could not agree more with you. I think that the best trades you're going to have are the ones where you're going to hold your winners for a long time and just capture a move that the market just moves violently sometimes. And if you can be on the right side of that 10 times per year, those 10 trades per year are going to make up like 80% of your profits. That's a principle known as the Pareto principle, right? That for any of you out there interested in studying. So I guess my if that's a thought process of yours, have you considered not using the fixed 2 to 1 and kind of and shifting it up to like finding chart targets or just out of curiosity again. And I'm sorry if that comes across in any negative way. I'm more just like, that was a great trade. This is a good conversation because I'm sure there's people out there that are also, this is actually probably the number one thing that I hear from people is that they want to hold their winners better. Right. And so I just think it's a good example. Yeah.
So the only thing that I have tried doing before is still focusing on the risk management because I can't really let that go because in terms of my numbers and my averages, I need those 2R winners because I'm a 40 to 50% win rate trader. Right. So I need to focus on the 1 to 2R or else the numbers aren't going to be in my favor. So the only other way that I've tried changing that is allowing price to get to 2R. And then instead of trailing the stop to break even, trailing the stop to 2R. Mm-hmm. So being extremely aggressive with the stop once the target in terms of risk to reward is hit. But majority of the time, it's being too aggressive and it just takes me out at 2R.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
So still kind of holding me back from holding that much larger winner.
Yeah.
And so it's actually a weird phenomenon because in terms of like investing and long-term trades, there is no issue there. And I think it's kind of just a mindset thing because like, so for example, I've been in Tesla since last year. I've been in Amazon. I think that was the year before, but I hopped into Tesla around $200. And this was more of like I'm going to hand down this money to my kids mindset.
Right.
Like,
right.
I'm just going to hold it for as long as I can. And, whatever happens to it, so be it.
Yep.
And it ended up being very favorable.
So far, you are on point with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, we grabbed it over here at $200. And it's just so funny because the little change in mindset makes such a difference in outcome.
Yeah.
So like I try to be as mechanical as I can when it comes to day trading, but that also creates some of those weaknesses like we're talking about now.
No, yeah, it's really interesting because if anything, I'm on the side of maybe aim for past 2R. It's fascinating because there's a mechanical aspect to trading, which, by the way, for those watching, I am also stalking the NQ for a potential trade. So I'm saying all this while stalking. But I don't say anything at the moment. That being said, it's fascinating because there's a delicate balance where you want to be mechanical in the sense of like, okay, I want process. I want something that's reliable and can do over time. And that's why if you do a fixed 2-to-1 R to R, you do the math behind it, it works. I'm a giant advocate of that. So we're 1,000% on the same. I win about 40 to 50% of the time. The other 40 to 50%, I lose. For me, the number I aim for is 2.5 to 1, but it's not fixed. I look at that as like a broad average that I hope to achieve over the course of a 6-month period. But all my targets are usually pretty specific to a specific like level or target, right? So one of the concepts that I have with the market is that the market is always moving from level to level. Now that is a interesting concept, but it would make you think, oh, you got to use it. I don't care what levels you're using. You could be an ICT trader talking about this. You could be support and resistance trader. It doesn't matter. The concept of it is what's more important to me, which is the idea that the market is going somewhere, right? So like if you took that short on the ES during the overnight session, right? For me, the thought process would be rather than targeting the fixed 2-to-1 R to R would be, okay, where are we going? Because the market has now decided to go down. It's not doing that randomly, right? It is going to, that's just one of the things that I believe about the market. And I don't, again, whether it's true or not, or whether it's just something that's worked for me depends on your interpretation. But for me, I like to kind of be like, okay, the market's going somewhere, right? It's going somewhere. And rather than me targeting a fixed 2-to-1, or a fixed 2.5 to 1, knowing that I want to kind of hold these big winners, my goal is going to be, where can I get this trade to, right? Like where is it going to? Which again, it's an interesting conversation because I'm sure if you were to start doing that, you'd also take a lot more losses that come back and take you out, right? Like it hits 2R, then reverses. So there isn't a right answer, but I always think it's a really fascinating conversation.
So when you say fixed 2R, do you mean in terms of a dollar amount, or do you mean in terms of an amount of points?
I mean, it's from what you've mentioned. If you're using I look at a fixed R to R as you're always doing, you set your profit. It's not at a certain number of points. It's just always 2x the risk, right? Like whatever that is, whether that's the market's giving you a 10-point entry, so you're risking 10 to make 20, or it's giving you a 20-point entry, so you're risking 20 to make 40. If you are consistently aiming for exactly 2x what the risk is, that's what I would consider like a fixed 2 to 1 R to R, right? And so for me, much like you, my stops will vary on what the market gives me, right? Sometimes the market's going to give me a 10-point stop. Sometimes the market's going to give me a 5-point stop, right? That all goes into the equation of what is my overall R to R for me and where can we possibly go, right? Like that's the important thing that I like to consider, is where could we possibly go, right? And so on this trade, on the short from it, I think there's a case to be made, depending on the level system that you use and all of the structure. But even, where's FOMC day? That was right here, right? Like some sort of area in the FOMC, if that was your target, right? Like there's a million different reference points you could use. That's why I say the exact level system you use doesn't matter. Everyone gets levels different ways, but everyone gets virtually the same levels or pretty close to it. The idea is that the market moves from point A to point B with intention. That's one of the things I believe, is that the market really, it's not random, it's intentional. So if we know it's intentional, how can we try and maximize that move is kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. I think a lot of people aren't as fluid with the market, and that's why I asked you if it was a dollar amount or not.
For sure.
You know, a lot of people want to be sitting there doing $500 for $1,000.
Yeah.
And then if it doesn't fit their risk, then they don't take the trade. Whereas you're going to get different ranges all the time. So sometimes the risk might be $500. Sometimes the risk might be $1,000. Sometimes the risk might be $1,500. You have to be fluid with the market is kind of where I'm getting at. Mm-hmm. And we can't force, you know, everybody wants to be mechanical, but there's always going to be some form of discretion that comes into this. And it's hard for us because it would be much easier if, you know, we could just have a checklist, and when all three things on the checklist are checked off, boom, you press the button. But, you know, the market's not that easy. So having some kind of fluid ability to move with the market instead of forcing your process upon it, there's a lot of value there, in my opinion. I
could not agree, you know, resoundingly more. I really do feel that way, because people talk about this all the time, and I mean it. If you were able to just code it into a bot, everyone would do it, right? If you could just make a checklist and be like, hey, and it doesn't matter what your checklist is, you're buying higher lows, you're doing ICT, you're doing supply, doesn't matter. If you could just build a checklist and turn it into a bot, everyone would do it. Yeah. The reality is trading requires decision making, and it's also an interesting portion of it. Both you and I have kind of talked about our 50%-ish win rates. The other part that trading requires is the willingness to try. Like I had one person today you could tell they were a little bit frustrated. They had a trade, I think it was on an individual stock like a AMD or something, and it was frustrating, you know, because it was a good setup, but it failed. That doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Like that is the hard part, where you also have to kind of shift your perspective and mindset. Like losing money does not necessarily equal bad trading. And It's really hard for our brains to get around that. And like, I really believe at the bottom of my heart, if that is one of the best skills that you can have, is being like, oh yeah, like I was like wrong. That's Tuesday. Who cares? Like, because it's very hard. And if that's not one of your skills, don't feel bad about it, because it's not no trader is inherently good at that. You get good at that over time. So that actually leads me into a question, because this is a scenario that happened to me this week. So I had a loss in front of everybody here.
I think it was either Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember exactly. But then the next day I come out on stream. A lot of the questions were, hey, do you feel like you broke your discipline? Why did you take that trade? Or, did you do something wrong? And the first response I had was, no, that's a good loss in my opinion.
Yep.
Taking a losing trade does not mean you did something wrong. In my opinion, doing something wrong is you having a process and then not following the process. Mm-hmm. So, and that was my response to everybody was, you watched me create a game plan. I then executed that game plan. So after that, the results are a byproduct of the game plan. I can't sit here and tell you whether it's going to be a win beforehand or not. Nobody can. We can't tell the future. The only thing that you can actually control is your process. If you have created some kind of system or an approach to the market, in my opinion, the only time that you're breaking your discipline or doing something wrong would be you just completely neglecting your approach, you just impulsively acting, you just, however you're feeling that day, it somehow comes out onto the chart and you're oversizing, you're over trading, you're forcing your opinion upon the market. Those to me mean you're doing something wrong or you've broke your discipline. If you have a process and you followed that process, the result doesn't matter after that, because those are the only things that we can control.
It's so well said, bro, because truly at the bottom of my heart, I think that so many people get into this trading thing and it's like one of those things that people will say, but then kind of refuse to admit. And it's like, we all know that we have to get used to losing. We all know that that's a part of it. But then when push comes to shove, most people really can't handle it, right? Like, and that is just the truth. I think that you phrased it extremely well. As long as you follow your process or something. This is something that I'm going to draw out a little bit here on this chart because I really think it's a powerful method that I learned. I learned it from a guy, Ali Abdal, who's a productivity YouTuber. And I watched one of his videos one day and it was really epic. It had absolutely nothing to do with trading. But then it formed this bridge in my head that was like, oh my God. And he was talking about it in terms of being productive and going to the gym, but it was this ABC model, right? Which is that he was talking about using it for somebody going to the gym. So basically, someone like myself who's new to the gym, we're trying to stay consistent at it, right? In going to the gym, what you really want to do, or anything in life, you want to build consistency and like a streak. It helps to have a streak going, right? But it's really hard to say, hey, I'm going to go get a crazy high intensity workout in every single day. Life happens. Stuff gets in the way. You have busy with work. Your kids, something pops up. Something happens to your friend. Like stuff happens. So when that stuff happens, how do you keep that streak alive? He would do it by defining these goals, right? A goal would be full workout. B goal would be 30 minutes movement. C goal equals 10-minute walk, right? And the way that he had defined this for working out, for him keeping his streak alive with working out, if he had an A day, an A+ day would be he does a full workout. That's a great day. His B goal would be that he moves about 30 minutes a day. If he moves 30 minutes that day, guess what? His streak is still alive. He worked out that day. It counts. And hey, if it's been a real crappy day and the best thing he could do was a 10-minute walk, you know what? That still keeps the streak alive, right? And in trading, it is very much the same thing. It is 100% the same thing in my opinion. An A goal for me is a great trade that works out, right? A B goal would be a trade that follows plan but doesn't work. A C grade for me is simply didn't tilt. If you can somehow manage to keep all of your days within this framework, either at the end of the day, you rate it as an A, meaning you had a great trade and that worked, or you rate it as a B, meaning you followed your plan, the trade just didn't work, right? Like no harm, no foul, just didn't go. If you want to change these goals, it's subjective, up to you, but the structure is the same. My C goal is that I didn't blow my account. If I go and I didn't blow my account and I didn't do something ridiculously stupid, I still kept my streak alive, right? And if you can manage at the end of the day to fit your goals or your trading days into one of these three categories, over time, you will be okay, right? Like if you think about it like that, you will truly be okay if you can manage to fit them into one of these boxes at the end of the day, right? And so, Mike, mentioning what you said, a loss is just a loss, right? Taking a loss does not mean you violated the ABC principles. Violating the ABC principles would mean that you went on a massive tilt, right? So every day, the first thing that I want you to do is be like, hey, was this A, B, or C? And if it was beyond C, that means it was an instant F. And that means that you put yourself in a position where you could do some real damage, right? If you fall under one of these three categories, in theory, over the course of a long period of time, you should be okay, right? Like you really should. So this is, if there's anything from a psychology perspective that could probably be like an instant journaling flip for somebody, this kind of goal and structure system, I think I didn't know about it when I was learning to trade. I literally thought, I saw an Ali Abdaal video a couple months ago, and I was like, oh my goodness. As someone who is trying to go to the gym for the first time in my life, that makes it so much more doable and like palatable to keep that streak alive. And this could also keep that streak alive in trading. Like this could be really impactful for a trader. So if you're looking for some sort of journaling advice, I would this system is something that makes so much sense in my mind.
I just really love that perspective because it seems really unrealistic to be perfect 100% of the time. So like, I understand as like humans, like, yeah, we want to always get better or do our best. And the reality of the scenario is you gotta just have some grace with yourself. Like you're trying to conduct the hardest business there is to run. So you should be able to fail. Like if you were to expect to be your perfect self 100% of the time, in my opinion, that sounds a little unrealistic. Instead, trying to be perfect 60% of the time or 70% of the time, and those times where you fail, you have grace with yourself. You still follow your system. When you're being lethargic and you don't have as much ambition, but you still choose to follow your system. That I mean, you couldn't have said it any better, because we're going to go through those peaks and valleys as traders, and I truly don't believe in perfection. So those down times, we need to have grace with ourselves, because if you don't, that's when you go into tilt. If you break that streak and you have a bad day, you can't allow one loss to just ruin the rest of your business, because then you're not going to come back. You're going to blow up all your accounts. You're going to be all pissed off, and you're going to say, I can't do this, or I knew, I coulda, woulda, shoulda, and you didn't. So you just got to have a little bit of grace with yourself. And I know that it's not something that we learn growing up, because you go to school and you have to pass the test to get to the next grade. So like we are raised to have to pass the test. Whereas this business is about failing forward. You got to be able to take that loss and learn from it. It's not holding you back. It's a learning opportunity. So
1,000%. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Completely okay.
I don't know whether or not I shared this on the last time we were on there. For some reason, I feel like I have a small memory of me sharing it, but this happened to me. I don't even remember when, but I had a conversation with my mom. She called me, and she knows nothing about trading other than it's been great for me, but also given me a lot of gray hairs. Right. And I call her, and we're talking one day, and we started like just catching up. And she's like, "So how's trading been going?" And I'm like, it hasn't been great. And I think it was in July when I was going through a losing streak, and I was like, it hasn't been great. And she could tell that my tone was kind of off, and I was like, I'm just annoyed. Like it's just, it's been annoying and I've been kind of frustrated. And the words she said to me, I will never forget, resonated so much. She goes, well, yeah, it's a job. Like, it's work. Like, when in your life have you ever gone to work and it's been perfect every day? Like, this is a job, dude. This is your work. Like, it's great that you love it and all, Jake, but like at the end of the day, making money in any capacity is stressful at any job. Dude, you could be working at McDonald's. When that drive-through line piles up, guess what? It's stressful. It is, I don't care who you are. That is a stressful experience. And she looked at me and we were on the phone, but I could feel her looking at me. And she was literally along the line of like, dude, this is a job. Like, what is it? You expect it to be sunshine and rainbows all the time? Like, nut up. Like, this is work. Like, go to work. Like, shut up. And that kind of hit me. I was like, oh, well, it literally is a job. I was like, this is by definition a work experience. And like, work that. When in your life has work ever been perfect? Like, you could have the perfect career. You could achieve your goals as an NBA player. Guess what? You're still going to lose games. You're going to miss shots. Like, you could achieve your dreams. You could be the most famous actor in all of Hollywood, dating the most gorgeous actress, or the most gorgeous actress dating the most famous, like whatever. Guess what? You're still going to go on a crappy date. You're going to get lines from your movie that you're like, why am I saying this? Like, it does not matter what you are doing. No job is perfect. And because with traders, the flip side of it for us is that we trick our brains into thinking that we have the opportunity to be perfect because we can control our outcome more than like a basketball player, where sometimes they might lose because their team played poorly. We, in theory, can assign that blame to ourselves. So because we can do that, we do that, when in reality, we should just accept that, hey, this is a job. And sometimes jobs suck. Like, making money sucks sometimes. It really does. Like, and that is just the honest truth about it, no matter what capacity you're in. So that was a really life-changing kind of perspective to hear from her. It was along the lines of, she was just like, dude, like, this is work, bro. Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Like, shut up and go to work. And I was like, all right, well, I might shut up and go to work. So I think it's a really interesting perspective to kind of remember, just because we can assign blame to ourselves and just because we can theoretically try to be perfect in trading doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form that we should or that's reasonable. You know what I mean?
I love the sports analogy too, because I was huge into sports growing up, so I follow it a bunch, and I always make references to it. Like, yep. You mentioned the basketball thing. It's so funny how like people consider Michael Jordan to be like the GOAT, or I don't know. I'm not going to do the debate of Michael Jordan versus LeBron, blah, blah, blah. But where I was going with the statement was people see all of his championships, but people don't see how many times he's missed the game-winning shot. Yeah. Like, I remember reading some kind of statistic where it was like he took like 1,000 game-winning shots over his career, and he only made like 90 of them.
Yeah.
So it was like, this man can fail so often in the most important moment of his career, but he still gets up and still brings that intensity the next day every single time. So it's like, I just wish that mindset could be transferred over to everybody else that's watching, because that truly is this business here. Like, and any athlete you want to pick, you know, like this dude, Steph Curry, is like the best 3-point shooter ever, but like he's shot millions of 3-point shots where he's only made like, you know, a couple thousand.
Yep. Yeah.
But he's failing the majority of the time, but he's still showing up day after day after day.
And the fun part about that is much like sports, I think with trading, you can do it. There's a phrase that has been so prevalent in my mind lately, has been this one, for the love of the game, right? Like, at the bottom of my heart, I love trading because I love the game. Like, I love trading. I love it. There are some people I feel like that trade for the money and all that, which is totally fair. I love this stuff. Like, I, at the bottom of my heart, love trying to problem solve and trying to figure out, all right, why are we doing what we're doing? How are we doing this, all that? And if you look at anybody, like you're mentioning, like a Jordan, like a Steph, or go to completely different industries. Go to, Timothy Chalamet had a speech a couple of months ago where he was basically like, I want to be one of the greatest at this. And it really is the same thing with trading, where it's like this, we can be inspired by the pure passion that we have for it. Like, I don't know about you all. I love trading. Like, you could put me in, you could give me the option to do anything I want in my life, and I'd look back at you and be like, where are the charts? Like, this is what I was born to do, right? And I love this stuff, and that feeds into my passion for it, right? It feeds into, and then you almost start to embrace the wrong, right? Where you're like, it comes in a moment where, like, you look back at Kobe's and Michael's and all that, and when they were wrong, that's what fueled them the most, right? That's what fueled them. And you don't have to be making an irresponsible decision, or you don't have to be doing something crazy, but like, to the ability to accept when you're wrong and not be mad at yourself, right? And not claim that you did anything wrong or you failed or anything like that. But then that love of the game where it's like, all right, time to get back in the lab, like time for me to get back at it. And I want to figure out, okay, how can I improve my craft? It's an ever learning experience. So that's something that's really been thick in my mind lately too, is that this quote of "for the love of the game." And I think that if you're somebody out there who really loves trading, it doesn't even feel like a job, right? It really, it is a job, and we can't forget that, because that's how we have the perspective of not every day is going to be great, but it doesn't feel like one, which is the greatest thing in the world. Then you can just truly work on your craft.
Pure gold. I mean, I'm just remembering back to the last conversation we had, and it feels the same. Like, there's just so much value in the mental capacity that you have, the emotional intelligence that you have. I really hope that everybody's jotting down some notes. Maybe you can link them your socials too, because, like,
For sure.
In my opinion, this business is truly 80% mental and 20% chart. And it seems like these conversations are going along those lines.
Yeah.
Both live streams we've had so far, it's like we're digging deep into some of the mindset issues that a lot of people have. And, everybody just wants to see a trade. Everybody just wants to, buy here, sell there. They just want some kind of signal, when the reality of the scenario is these little emotional intelligence that we keep talking about, these little, the emotional and mental intelligence, both of them are just so key in actually executing this business. So I just wanted to also take a moment to say thank you for your time and being here and sharing these thoughts. It's really good to get to go back and forth with another trader like yourself and get through this information.
Same goes, bro. When we were talking that it was going to be you on here today, I got really excited because I loved our conversation last time. And truth be told, gang, the market has not gone anywhere. I have been stalking it, and we consolidated for about 30 minutes to then drop a couple of points and immediately bounce back. So I haven't seen anything worth trading. Don't worry, you're not missing anything on that perspective from me trading. But it really, like I said, and like Ash said, I don't think there's anything more valuable than these conversations, because look, here's the honest truth. I have worked with so many traders in my life. The charts are the problem for like 3% of them. A very small percentage of people is the line that they need to cross over, the bridge that they need to, climb. Very rarely is that bridge charts. It is very rare that a trader that I meet that is struggling, what do they need to change? Charts. Like that, quite frankly, it is just very rare. Most of you all can learn and comprehend this stuff because charts are a skill. Technical analysis is a skill that can be learned over time. It is an objectively a skill that you can learn over time. It is something that you can get better at. Nobody was born better at technical analysis than somebody else. Jimmy from Idaho is not better than Johnny from South Carolina because of how they were born, right? It's a skill that is learned. It really is. And so that, I swear, if they have reached out to me, it is very rare that the issue that someone has is chart related. Usually it's something up here, right? And so God's honest truth is if we can say one thing, that if one of you resonates with this ABC style framework, it'll make the biggest difference in your trading career, more so than watching me. Quite frankly, if I took a short right here, I would still be holding it, and we'd be having the conversation of, was it even worth it for me to take this short? I'm kind of annoyed. That kind of sucks, blah, 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 blah. I really don't think the market's going anywhere right now either, which is the nice part about our timing for our conversation. I don't think anybody missed any trades, at least from my strategy, my perspective.
So do you mind if I ask any questions about the strategy? Because
hit me.
I'm actually in a long here, and it's quite interesting to see. We nearly have the same levels, yet I believe we look at different types of strategies. So it looks like you have, what dollar amount is that? So I was looking at, in terms of a level, I was just looking at, it's just classic support and resistance to me. Like, yes, I use different terminology at some point in time, but like we're just in a downtrend here, and we get out of the downtrend at this location. So it's just simple, like support and resistance. Like, we broke out of a trend. We then retested the area that we broke out from. For that reason, that's why I got long here. So I'm saying it in simpler terms than I normally say during my live streams, because what I would actually say is, this to me is a breaker block. So like a breaker block is a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. And when I look at breaker blocks, I always want to pair them with fair value gaps. So this is the actual logic to why I got into the trade. And it's the same exact thing from London, whereas I'm entering the trade at the beginning of the breaker. So now you can see why the trade was here. This is the breaker block, this up close candle to me. And then the stop is just below the breaker. So it was a beautiful long. I mean, we might have even sniped the bottom there.
Yeah, it looks like you nailed that entry.
And so that's why I wanted to ask you as well, because you had the same exact level, but what was your reasoning to coming to that level?
Yeah, it's a few things. I get my levels from the hourly chart. So it varies from, like I said, I at the bottom of my heart do firmly believe that the levels that you use are less important than the understanding of how they work, right? Because all of us are going to come to virtually the same levels, just slightly different, right? The biggest thing for me was in this area on the trade you took was the opening print, which I think that is like honestly more easily focused on than anything else, which is how did we hold the trend here? Right? Like, how did we hold the opening print? And that's the biggest level that for me is like, I call it the gift from the market gods each morning, right? Because it just really clearly, even though we didn't actually tap it, it really clearly demonstrates in my eyes, what are we looking at that day, right? Because below this green line, the NQ daily chart is red. Above that green line, the NQ daily chart is green, right? And so for me, the biggest level that I have each day, and I think that this kind of lined up with the trade that you just took, it just didn't actually tap it as well, is simply the opening print.
So when you say opening print, the daily candle open or the 9:30 like New York?
It's the same on any time frame. It's the same on any time frame as long as you are only using RTH. For me, a 9:30 open. Yeah. So I guess that's a good clarification. Great clarification, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a key level. So
it's
no
a
matter
key level,
how you want to use your terminology, we're looking at the same thing, and it's just a matter of how you use it. I think there's a huge divide in terminology is why I wanted to ask, because it seems like there's like a whole, cult following behind this ICT concepts, whereas we're all staring at a chart. There's nothing new under the sun. We're all looking at the same exact thing. We just might call it something different.
That is pretty much, I'm not gonna lie, when you started to describe earlier a breaker block, for me, that's a trend change, right? That is, right? And I don't think those are I don't think one is better than the other. It's just different terminology, right? And it is fascinating because as I go more and more into my trading career, the more and more I realize that it is virtually the exact same thing across all strategies, phrased slightly differently and utilized differently, right? All of us are watching price in the same way, though. None of us are inherently watching price with a completely different mindset than with like a completely different. Most people are watching price and using the same things. They're just calling it different stuff. I've heard the difference between a gap versus liquidity area, or so, like everything is just it is how you define it and making sure that you have an actual rationale behind it and not just a level of randomness, right?
That's, you couldn't have said it any better, because no matter what I want to call it, like that's why I did the whole downtrend thing first, because everybody here in this live stream knows me as like breaker block plus FEG, like that's his strategy. Yeah. When the reality of the situation is this is just simply a downtrend that we broke out of the downtrend and then retested the area that we broke out from. So
and if you asked me to describe your trade, that's the terminology I would use. I would say once we broke, we shifted trend, and once we shifted trend, Ash found an opportunity to the upside on a long, right? Like that. It's so funny. The words, slightly different terminology, basically same thing. You know what I mean? Like we really are describing a similar thing. Where are you targeting on this trade?
So I did want to take it back to the highs. I do look to try to use swing highs and swing lows as points of interest. So in terms of like how I actually approach the market, it's just gaps and swing points. So, and that's why I pointed to the gap here. You have a huge gap right in here. So that's what I'm using as an area of support.
Right.
And what I'm trying to target would be the swing point.
What's the R on that? That's got to be more than your normal 2, right?
So the conversation this morning is definitely inspiring me. So 2R would be right above the highs. So
right.
If I did want to close it out around 663. But we'll see if we can run it to the highs. To the highs would be 4. But in terms of my system, the system would be the 2R. So look to finish this off around 663.
Okay. That makes sense to me. If you can catch a 4, not that that's going to happen this time, but the 4 means you only have to win 1 out of every like 5 trades. Not that you want to switch to a style like that, but it's fascinating. Yeah, I think that I don't mean to negatively impact in any way. It just no, it's cool to see some R trades in there that are even higher than 2. You know what I mean? Like I think that's a very real possibility. Yeah. Again, I'll feel terrible if this one hits exactly 2, then reverses and stops you out. I will go cry myself into a corner because I will feel terrible. But which tends to be how it goes. You tend to talk to people. You're like, oh yeah, like I hold my winners. I do this, blah blah blah. And then the moment someone tries to do it, that like goes against them. You're like, motherfucker. Yeah.
Classic day trading.
No, my goodness. Classic.
We do have it looks like we have another 8 minutes left, and I did want to get over to chat as well.
Yes.
Chat, do you have any specific questions, any information that you have for Jake? Is there something that you've been waiting to ask him that you'd like to hear from him? Is there any kind of questions that you have? Throw it in chat if you do. We'll take the last 8 minutes to get to chat and talk with you guys.
Boom, boom, boom.
I'm going to hop through here and refresh it as well to see if any questions already came across.
Let me see. Nice mushroom poster, Jay. That's not a mushroom poster. It's a flower poster. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
This one is a good one. Where did I just... Jake, are some levels stronger than others?
Yeah. So for me, context is so key. Like that is, I don't like blanket statements where responses for me would be like, which I know is not ideal because I know that you wish I would give a blanket statement. They would just say, yes, they are. And this is the ones that are stronger. Context is incredibly key. And context is almost all that matters because I prefer levels that were formed intraday, but again, I hesitate to say that because context is incredibly key. It's what are the levels that are in play at that moment. I have some people I know that they will go mark out levels seemingly for the next 6 months. And like, they'll mark out every level the chart has ever had. And then after the fact, I look back at it and I'm kind of like, oh, well, I only marked out what I'm going to use today or tomorrow, right? What's in play in the immediate term, right? So I wish I had a more straightforward answer for you on that. But the truth is that for me, there is no fixed set terminology that's like, yes, X is stronger than Y always. A lot of it relies on the context that it's in.
Okay. And then we got a couple more good questions in here, if you don't mind me.
Dude, I love it. Hit me.
So the next one I was curious about is, do you prefer options or futures?
It's so funny because if you ask it, like, this depends on the day. Honestly, truthfully, on Thursdays and Fridays, I really like options because I like to take advantage of the large price swings that short-term options contracts can have. I am good at holding my winners. That's a strength that I have, right? And so if I am good at holding my winners, trading an asset that allows me to make a giant percentage return in there is really favorable for me. So on Thursdays, Fridays, I do favor options. But I love futures every day, including Thursday, Friday, and most of the time in general, right? So there is it depends. You asked me in August, my answer would have been I was pretty much only trading futures. I was very locked in on futures. You asked me over the course of September, my biggest trades this month have been options trades. So I am a firm believer that if you have the mental capacity to trade, to be open-minded to trading both, it is not a bad thing to do. I think they both have their time and their place.
So there's no exclusivity. It's more of, plus EV or minus EV in terms of when you can analyze something.
Yeah, 100%. The real thing is that options on Thursdays and Fridays are just less expensive. And so the potential returns on them are significantly higher. Like on an options Friday, I'll have a decent chance. And I know this sounds crazy, but I will have a decent chance of generating a 300% return. Now, I could also lose 100% of the capital invested. And that is a real outcome that happens, right? But because I'm good at holding my winners, that is a skill I have. I like to trade an asset that can make that volatile of a move, knowing that I do have the ability to hold for that. That's not something that I struggle with. And I also have accepted that I also am good at recognizing my losses. And when I'm wrong on those trades, it doesn't put me in a bad mindset or anything, right? So I really love both.
That's a perfect response for this next question too. Maybe the last question, because we only have 3 minutes here, but how do you deal with emotions?
Yeah, you don't. There's no switch that you flip as soon as you become profitable, where it's like, all right, like now I don't deal with my emotions. That doesn't happen anymore. I love you all. My unfortunate news to you is that it literally will never be that way. And I actually met another trader last night. We met for the first time in person, and we were talking about at one point where like even we have a lot of money. The trades we're making in the short term are like, not to sound like a dick, but if I lose $1,000 on a trade, it will not affect my long-term life. Like I'm good with my money. I'm financially secure. I'm smart. All that. I'm still pissed off after a losing trade. I'm sorry. I'll be the one to say it. Like, and so it depends on the scale of it, of course, the size of the risk. But like, as much as we want to say we're emotionless robots, dude, I'm annoyed. And maybe pissed off isn't the right word, but at the end of a trade where if it doesn't go my way and I'm just, dude, I'm sorry. Like it's still going to visibly annoy me, right? So the reason I say that is that really the best thing you can do as a trader is just learn to try and manage that as opposed to trying to put a block on it. When you put a block on it, you're just going to get more pissed afterwards. You're truly just going to be more angry. When you accept that it's like, all right, like this sucks, but I'm not going to let it ruin my day, it becomes a lot easier to deal with. And quite frankly, nobody beats Father Time in developing that skill, right? The best thing you can do is just experience it over and over and over again. And then it becomes a lot more tolerable to deal with.
Amazing. Pure value once again.
Man, I'm really grateful for you guys having me on too. Truly, it is. I really was excited when I was told that we were going to be having another conversation because we had such a good one last time. I know I didn't take any trades today, but the one you took essentially just didn't go anywhere. It kind of went sideways, right? For anyone out there, I at the bottom of my heart promise you the people who are going to last and really succeed at trading are the ones who took and paid attention to those conversations that we had, because that is what matters. Like I said, people don't come to myself or Ash or any trading educator and they're like, I don't understand the charts. It's usually not what happens to people. People usually have some sort of emotional thing that they're struggling with. So keep pushing. I love you all very, very much. And yeah, I think this is an incredibly valuable conversation. I'm really grateful for you, bro.
Yeah, thank you for your time. If you want to let people know where they can find you on social too, we'll leave them off on that, because I definitely think people should be following this information. There's so much value in this conversation. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate you. Definitely plug your socials, and then we'll hand the mic over to Tom.
Sounds great. It's just RakeTrades on all platforms. RakeTrades, like you're raking. It came from my high school nickname. But yeah, if you're interested, would love to have you. Instagram is my primary platform. And I am, again, I'm very, very grateful for you all. So thank you so much for having me, bro.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a great day.
Cheers. Yes, sir. You too. We'll talk soon.
Until next time.
And we're back again. Hey, welcome everybody. An amazing session as usual. Not even surprised, always the best content out there. Lots of values. So thank you so much, Rake and Ash. Great conversations. Always enjoy listening in. And what is there to say? Like, it's hard to say anything. I mean, it's hard to compete with this. Like, all this valuable information since we started the whole stream. Like we had T-Trays, now Rake and Ash. Like, lots of good things, and obviously the markets now are a little bit like, well, I don't even know where this is gold. So the markets right now are a little bit like going sideways, obviously not optimal to take a trade, but I'm going to talk about some technicals too. So what's up, everybody, again? W's for Ash and Rake. This was awesome. This was just awesome. Anybody made some profits today? Hopefully you guys did. So it was definitely an interesting start. I mean, on the technical side. So hey, AD, what's up? Thank you, Diego. So anyway, it was definitely an interesting start. I was looking for this 1 hour demand zone lower, and yes, I entered. Should I say like a little bit? Like I think Nick and Barbie was talking while I entered the short position only with one micro, but hey, it's still $200 and something I made on that one on the funded account. So I take it any day. I know it's not thousands of dollars, but why not? Wishal, come on, what's happening? Don't be sad. Yeah. Hey, Nada, good to see you. So obviously it was very interesting drop down to that demand zone, and from there, I actually, while T-Trades was explaining his system, I entered a short on an evaluation account that stopped me out. So after that, what I did, I scalped my way. Actually, let me go down to the 1 minute chart. Yeah. So I was watching the 1 minute chart after the zone was taken down there, and there was another zone right here on the 1 minute, here on the 1 minute chart. And so when price let me just give a different color. When price first got up here, I thought that this is going to continue lower. Why? Because this line here is actually a 5 minute demand zone. So I thought that the sell-off is going to continue. I'm going to show you guys in a minute, but just below the mid-level of the 1 hour order block or demand zone, there's a 5-minute demand zone. So I had a very strong conviction that as soon as we reprice these levels here, like these fair value gaps, I was like, okay, we have these candles. And actually, this is when candlestick patterns actually come into the equation on my end. So I'm just going to zoom in and try to explain what I tried to do here. It's going to be, I'm going to be using this example, so that's why I'm explaining this. So I entered another short on hindsight without telling you guys, only with one macro here. But here was these fair value gaps. One here, and obviously one higher, but that doesn't matter. We had this bullish candle, and then we had this bearish engulfing candle here on the 1 minute. Now, this is when I thought, okay, why shouldn't we just jump into another short and try to go for that 344? Obviously, it didn't turn out well. So it took me out somewhere around 523-ish area. And then, obviously, I was watching this other zone up here, this supply zone at 539. So I was like, okay, let's jump in to another position. And so I kind of like reversed the situation. And that's why I was typing in the chat like I'm scalping my way up there. And I took some profits a little bit higher at 561. So these were my trades so far. So we had a trade on this one. That was a winner. This was a loss. And I had this trade. So that's it so far, what happened with me. But I'm going to be using this example for later. That's why I wanted to show you guys what's happening. So let's go back to the 5 minute. And yeah, before we move on, let me just show you the other zone inside of the 1 hour demand zone. So this big rectangle is the 1 hour demand zone. But if we go to the 5 minute, you will see that there is a bearish push even lower, and then shifting the structure higher, which actually started the move. So that was quite amazing. And there was also a sweep, which I noticed here. Now I know you guys, it's a little bit hard to follow maybe right now, but I want to explain this. What was the thing that actually justified my decision right there? So there was a swing low right here, September 12, 935. There was a swing low. And this 5 minute candle actually took that too. And then the push actually started. And so this candle initiated, I would say, the push higher. So that's why I still think, even maybe it's going to be good for tomorrow, and that's why I still think that we can use this area down there. So let's just leave it at there. It's starting at 344, and I really thought that the market is just going to go down there, and it's just going to follow through. On the upside, I have nothing. Actually, the only one I have is that 15-minute supply zone up there, but hard to say anything when the market is consolidating. I really thought that this is just going to go lower. And the sideways action here, kind of like indicating that there's like orders, positions accumulating in this range. Honestly, it kind of feels a little bit bullish, almost like a bullish flag. And I think this scenario is also possible. I know I have a lot of things on the chart, so let me just clear this up. I don't need this line. We don't need this line anymore. Asia high. Yeah, it's still there. Still have Asia high. Yeah. So currently, I'm not going to take a trade because I'm good. But currently, there's a two-sided plan here. If I would see a displacement higher, obviously I would target that 821. And on the other side, we need a strong displacement, maybe even an inversion gap closing below 522, and then going to that demand zone lower. So these are the two plans. If anyone wants to trade the PM session, probabilities might not be optimal, but we're going to be watching. So, oh, nice, Ash. Congratulations. 663 was the target. Nice. W's for Ash, everybody. Congratulations for the trade. That is awesome. That is great, everyone. Congratulations, man. That's a great, great W there. Yeah. So you guys are finished up with the trade. I'm just trying to engage to a trade, but who knows what's going to happen. I really like the way, by the way, as Ash is explaining the logic behind his trades, the unicorns and the breakers and everything. I definitely love the way he explains it, and the mindset behind the trade. You know, it's definitely that's the pro mindset. Absolutely. I'm not sure about the risk to reward ratio, by the way. Help me out with that. I wasn't really aware about the exact risk to reward ratio, but this was a great one. Losing trade on Tuesday and winning trade on Thursday. That's how it goes. This is business, everybody. This is business. And you know, hey, that Ash, that is perfect. That is perfect. You know why? Because he takes the loss, and that's what we should learn. You know, take the loss, move on to the next day and the next day and the next week, and not to go into that tilt session, not to go into that over trading, revenge trading situation, right? That's the greatest thing. Treating it as a business. That's the way it goes. And that's a good win ratio, by the way. 50% is absolutely good. No, nothing wrong with that. I keep hearing, by the way, and don't get it mistaken, guys. Like I'm seeing in social media, unfortunately, many people stating that they have a 90% win ratio. I keep seeing that all the time. Oh, I have a 90% win ratio. That's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. I'm sorry, no debate here, but I do know a person who is a really good scalper, but he's having a negative risk reward ratio. He definitely needs to win like 80% of the time or 75% minimum, but 90%, just too much. So there you go. Yoltz has 90%. Oh my God, I'm gonna take the heat on this one. Okay. So that was the thing. Just a quick look on gold before we hop into some topics. I have some ideas to talk about. So I was actually very confident that gold is going to go higher. It actually did, because there was a supply zone. I was thinking that maybe we would go higher to that 3,800s up there, but we just went lower. And I know that gold is always a little bit more trickier, and I know not everybody is a fan of gold, but especially because I trade also in the London session. Sometimes when there's not much to do with the NQ, I turn to gold and trying to find something. Now, if I look at this 1 hour chart on gold, I feel like there is still some downward momentum on this. Why do I say this? And this is only based on the 1 hour chart, because I have the same demand zone right here on gold, this area right there. That's the demand zone right there. I'm not going to extend it too much. Maybe on a little bit more transparent here. Yeah, let's just do it like this. So that's a 1 hour demand zone in my perspective. And obviously we have previous day low. We have the zone right there. Let's just put it right here. It's possible sell side liquidity. Now we have to think about the Asia session too. Asia session, I don't know how many of you guys are trading Asia session. I'm not trading it, but I talked to some traders who are actively trading Asia session, and I keep hearing that information that during Asia session, obviously there are some good opportunities on gold because it sometimes moves better than NQ. But you have to think about the current situation on gold towards the Asia session too. Like, what is happening right now? Is it just sweeping liquidity? Is it going to go down to that sell side, 37.46? One more thing before we move on about this technical stuff. We have these liquidity voids right here. This happened at 8:30 at the news release. You see this? You can see this also on the micro as well. This is the mini chart. I'm going to zoom into the 5-minute here. Look at the liquidity void here. When I see this and I'm bearish, this always gives me the freaks, because as long as we have a liquidity void so close in the same session, that kind of puts the short bias into a bit of a jeopardy here. So I'm gonna light that as bright as possible. So there is a liquidity void. Now I think liquidity void in a certain session is a strong level on, as we think about it as drawn liquidity. So careful with the shorts there. On the 15-minute, it definitely looks beautiful. It absolutely looks beautiful to go down. And this liquidity void is my only concern about gold. So, that's what I think. My scalping had a 70% win rate for 3 months, and then I tried using more strategies and it plumped to 55. Yeah, Craig, that's what usually happens. And it's basically like strategy. I mean, we can call it strategy hopping, but the thing is that whenever you try to implement something more to your strategy, that kind of starts the snowball effect. Like, you start to second guess yourself. You start to put those extra confirmations that you need, or maybe you see a different setup. So at the end, it's all just going to be a mess. And that's why I always say, like, if we can keep it super simple as possible, that's the best. Like, simplifying the trade setups, I think is one of the many most important things to do. Keep it stupid simple. The KISS strategy. Keep it stupid simple. That's it. That's how it goes. But if you guys have questions about technicals, risk, or mindset, anything, let me know, because right now I'm a little bit more technical than I usually am. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit tempted to jump into a long position here. I like that supply zone up there, 120 points. I don't know if we can get there. Or at least to the midnight level. We don't have any news drivers. That's the thing. Keep it simple, stupid. Oh, sorry. Yeah. That's how yeah, exactly. Why would you want to complicate it when market follows simple algorithm? That's it. Oh, are there new winners? I think Abhishek is handling the pressure, selecting some winners. I haven't checked the sneaky codes, but I hope there were some resets for you guys. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, got to keep it very simple. That's the goal. So right now, this is the only thing here. Man, I'm feeling the urge to jump in, but I made it so good today. I mean, I don't want to give it back. But I'm going to be watching both gold and NQ. Maybe the PM session will bring something for us. Yeah. Hey, Gustavo, thanks. Thank you. Anyone is holding a long position? Maybe on a pullback I can jump in. Let's just see what happened here. We went down, inverted this gap, pulled back, took orders from this gap, progressing higher, inverting this gap. It definitely seems bullish to me. I mean, the 15-minute chart tells me a very, very bullish story. Look at this. Liquidity sweep. Inversion. Another inversion. Picking up liquidity with picking up orders. I mean, on the pullback. These are all very, very bullish signs. So I just think that this one wants to go higher. It's so great to wait for a pullback. Usually if I use the Fibonacci levels, I like to go for like the mid level here, but there's nothing there. Maybe a limit order at 650-ish. No, I'm not going to risk it. We still have time until lunch, but I'm not going to. Yeah, like the stream, everybody. Today is a good day, Ezra. I agree. Today is a good day. And you know, if you are in profit, then obviously don't try to give it back to the market, right? Just don't try. If you're in the red, I know it's hard to cope with that, but you also need to leave it as it is. One of the things I was keep hearing when I started trading years ago, and I'm not going to say names, but in social media, also my mentor was also saying it like, Tom, all you need is one, maximum 2 trades a day. Again, one, maximum 2 trades a day. I couldn't imagine, like, how is it possible? How is it possible if someone can just only walk away with 1 or maybe 2 trades? I mean, and I'm talking about London session throughout New York session. How is that possible? How can you hold yourself back by not trading like 10, like not opening like 10 positions or 20 positions? Not that it's a bad thing, because obviously we're all programmed differently. Programmed. Oh my God, we are not cyborgs. But anyway, everybody has a different mindset. One thing I know is when I started taking like 10 trades a day, 15, I remember many times back in the years, I took like 10, 15 trades a day, even more sometimes. I was like, what the heck am I doing? And when someone told me like, all you need to do is 1 or 2 trades a day. This was, by the way, one of the best advices I have ever received in trading. So yeah, and T-Trade also mentioned this, Abel. Yes, so you don't need to trade every day, even, you know, maybe just 1 or 2 trades a week. Best decision ever to buy that nice one microphone. All right. Thank you. Well, you know, did you guys like my intro, by the way? Was it too far? I mean, did I push it too far a little bit? I wanted to roast a little bit Barbie and Nick, make a funny intro there, but maybe I said too much. Anyway, I like to fool around, you know, do some jokes and stuff. But anyway, I think we had a good time yesterday too, and throughout the week. I'm gonna be missing the market opens with you guys and with Barbie and Nick. But yeah, is there a winner again? Congratulations! All right. I think I wanted to do that. You know, one of my favorite comedians was Don Rickles. He passed away years ago, but some of you guys might know his name. He was a great comedian, Don Rickles. I think I love to see his videos on YouTube. I really, it inspired me a lot throughout my life, by the way, his jokes. He kind of he was roasting everybody. Anyway, she would sabotage me, that's for sure. She can break me. So I gotta be careful. Barbie can break me if I'm not aware. Don Rickles. Don Rickles. D-O-N. I don't think you will like so much pink. Come on, you guys. I lost a few friends on October 7th massacre. Oh my God, real. Seriously? Jesus. I'm sorry for that. So getting back to the chart here, and obviously I have some technical stuff. Man, that just makes me sad, real. I'm sorry about that. So it's just I don't know what to say. So we are having a pullback here. I'm actually thinking to oh no, I closed down Quant Tower. I closed my Quant Tower. Why did I close it? I'm gonna restart Quant Tower. Maybe I can take a trade on one of my evaluation accounts. I'm just liking this move to the supply zone. Why not? You know, at least an evaluation account trade. That would be great. That would be great. So yeah, so I wanted to talk about some drawdowns, how to handle the drawdowns. Obviously, that's also very important, right? I wish I could say more, Uriel. I wish. Unfortunately, I mean, it's a different world. So how many accounts do you operate at the same time? At the same time, funded account wise, about 4 or 5 maybe. Currently, I'm having like 11 or 12 funded accounts, but actively rotating and trading, sometimes even copy trading too, like 4 funded accounts ish. So I'm also trying to trade on the left on the other ones as well, but you know, I'm like, hold on, I'm just trying to get this Quant Tower going. So I'm also trying to trade on the other ones as well, but actively like 4 accounts usually. What level is the supply zone or number? Yeah, sure. So I have a supply zone up there at 821. I'm going to show you why, because this is on the 15-minute chart. So let me show you what I'm seeing here. If I zoom in, and this is yesterday, New York AM session right here, there was the drop yesterday at the market open. And so it created this 15-minute fair value gap, sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. The key point here is this bullish candle, which picked up liquidity from this fair value gap, and then it moved lower. It created a market structure shift as well. And if you really, if you see, I mean, as you see it, that candle actually, or this was the initial move here that pushed lower yesterday. I do believe that there are orders up there in that area. That being said, I'm not saying that this is definitely going to go higher. Okay. So the level starts at 821. The high of the level is somewhere around 840. We can call it bearish order block. We can call it supply zone or whatever you like to call it. The problem is the distance and the lack of volume. So right now it's 150 points higher. And I'm just not sure. You know what? I'm going to wait for a confirmation here. I'm going to wait for a confirmation. Currently, this gap is being inverted. Like, don't worry, I'm not taking a trade on a funded account. I'm not taking a trade on funded. Thank you. Thank you, Spot. Thank you. So, and here's another one. If these candles can stay within this fair value gap, then I might jump in. So I'm going to wait until we have a bullish candle closing back above this gap, above 684. Maybe it's even going to go down and rebalance that 653. If we have a down close candle at below 653, then I am not even interested to try this long position. Yeah. It feels like it wants to reprice that level. Who knows? No full porting, Shen. That's why we're here. We need to... Hey, Marwa, good to see you. We need to practice discipline. That's why we're here. Practicing discipline. That's the goal, right? So the game plan, and I'm doing this only on evaluation account. My funded accounts are in good shape for today. I'm not going to give back any profits, but on an evaluation account, and I know this is kind of a different entry than Ash is using, but if you really think about it, it's almost like an ICT 2022 entry. But in this case, it would not be a reversal. It would be a continuation. Like there was a liquidity sweep here. Hold on. No, here. I'm sorry. There was the liquidity sweep. Let me zoom in. And this is the 5-minute chart. Okay. So it took liquidity in this gap, moved higher. We had a structure shift, which is awesome. Bullish structure shift. Now we are seeing the pullback but to reprice the fair value gap here and maybe down here. It doesn't necessarily have to go down into this gap. That's why I'm saying if we can have an up close candle, then why not? The problem is that the order block or the supply zone is a little bit too far. So what would be the low-hanging fruit here? What's the closest point where we can take some profit? Oh yeah, I see that. Okay, never mind. Oh my gosh, is this a 15-minute level? How did I not see that? Okay, never mind. Here's a level. Boom. Okay. Okay, there's a 15-minute supply zone. Oh my God. 15-minute supply zone. And I didn't see that. Okay, I'm definitely bullish now. I am definitely going to go bullish. Still waiting though. No confirmation. I need up close candle. The distance is definitely better. 50 points. That's reasonable. Okay. If we have up close candles here, maybe, just maybe, I can take it. So hashtag for the stream. Hashtag for the stream. What happened, Trade Warrior? You forced the trade? That's not good. Kaboosh? What is exactly the kaboosh? Start using SMT. Yeah, I know everybody's using it. I know you guys love SMT. I know. Draw some drawings. But what? Okay, we have 2 minutes and 50 seconds for this 5-minute candle to close. A little bit eager to jump in earlier. Because it's an evaluation account, I can jump in. And maybe I can add to it later, 725. Oh my gosh, it's nothing. I need more. All right, added more. Target would be 724. That's great. Now, this is going to be a scalp trade-ish thing on evaluation account. This thing I would never do on my funded accounts. This is something I would definitely not do on my funded accounts. It's absolutely cool with the evaluation account, but definitely not something. Oh, and look at that. It's just going back down. So that's it. Okay. Yeah. So if it goes back down into this area, obviously it can pick up some more liquidity. Yeah, I think I should kill this trade before it spikes down. I thought that it wants to go. I'm just going to leave it there. It doesn't matter. It's just the eval. So not a big deal. Stick around. Exactly. Stick around. Yeah, it's going to hit the stop. I'm going to wait for some confirmation after it repriced this gap, and we'll see. Maybe a second chance. It deserves it. Who knows? Did you trade Asia before? I tried. I tried Asia session. The problem is Steven segments to understand the caboose. Okay. All right. Update. So Asia session, I tried it. The one of the problems is that Asia session for me is usually around 2 a.m. To 4 a.m. In my time. So I wouldn't be sleeping at all if I would trade that session. Hey, Mr. Prince, don't worry. I did take a few payouts, so don't worry about that. Sticking around, exactly. So yeah, sleep is overrated. We don't have time to sleep, right? That's the issue. For you, 5:30. Now you can trade that. You can absolutely trade that, Abhishek. You can trade that session. That's cool. You're out. Have a good one. All right, Parmit. Yeah, we're gonna have a night stream. We should be doing an Asia stream, right? Oh, I mean, we already have Asia streams. So, hey, thank you, Roop. Are you pulling up? No, I'm almost hitting that stop. But again, this was just an evaluation account. On the funded accounts today, I made like about $1,200 today on my fundeds. So I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. Eat some Asian food. I love Asian food. I mean, obviously we have those restaurants around here as well, and I do like it. You're sleeping. Yeah, I'm sleeping too. I just can't. Obviously I need to sleep. If I want to trade London session, I need that. Is consistency more important than accuracy in trading? Yes. Yes, Ravi. And I thank you for that question. That's just an excellent question because getting 100% accurate trade is like, I'm not saying it's never going to happen. It's very rare. So aiming for the perfect risk to reward ratio, the perfect entry. I'm not saying it's not a thing and you cannot go after it. But as always, I always keep saying, as long as you have a positive risk to reward ratio, this is what I believe in. As long as just a second. As long as we have a positive risk to reward ratio, then it only matters is the consistency. And by the way, everybody, announcement. Everybody keep listening now. Do not forget, if we can get 1K viewers tonight, then we are giving out 150K core accounts. Everybody keeps forgetting. 150K core accounts. That's a lot of accounts. So make sure to tune in to help reach that goal, okay? Let us reach that goal. 100 core accounts giveaway. Super important, all right? 1,000 viewers. 1,000 viewers, everybody. I just got reminded, and I totally forgot to mention this. That is a must. That is something we need to reach, okay? So the routine, call up everybody, send the messages, bulk emails, whatever you need to do. Go out to the street, call up your ex-boyfriends, girlfriends, neighbors, high school teachers, the pizza delivery guy, everybody. I don't care. Just tell them to watch the stream. All right? All right. We need to reach that level. Okay. Did we do that? Let me know. I'm actually watching Quant Tower now in the chat. I don't see the stream numbers right now. We did that. Let's go. All right. Yes. Okay. I love it. We need the 1,000 viewers, 150K core accounts. By the way, don't underestimate the core accounts. The core accounts can actually give you all the benefits you need. You have the benefit to build up your trading career, to go to a live account as well. Yes, you might not have that much of a withdrawal because it's capped at $1,000, but it's going to be removed once you achieve that consistency. So it's a very, very good account to step into prop firm trading. So don't underestimate it. And even not just for beginners, I have core funded accounts as well. I have scale account. Nothing wrong with that, especially when you copy trade your core accounts. Imagine that. That's kind of cool. So yeah, now it's picking up liquidity from this 5-minute fair value gap. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. You wouldn't believe it, but I'm still in the trade. I don't know how I survived. If I zoom in the chart, it's going to make it much more stressful. You see that? Oh my God, look at this price action. Amazing. This is very stressful. Oh no, I got taken out. Well, this happens. Anyway, this was an eval. Don't worry about it. And only like $200 loss. And I'm pretty okay with that. We're going to wait for confirmation, maybe for later, because the supply zone is so strong. I'm just going to be curious, where is this level? It's 727. So we'll see. Yeah, this is Quant Tower. Yes, Rafael, this is Quant Tower. Tom needs reset 50. That's kind of a cool code. What broker do you use? I mean, as platform, I'm using Quant Tower. Yes. But you can choose. Obviously, MyFundedFutures has access to TradeAway. You have on the platform Volumetrica, ATS, and all other platforms. I mean, there's quite a few platforms that you can select. Tom is my favorite beginner trader. Thank you. I love Quant Tower. I do like it. Tom says VWAP 50. Okay, I like that too. I like it too. Trash trades. I'm not a beginner. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a beginner, by the way. But yeah. I like it. Yeah. Okay, so by the way, W's in the chat. I like it. The day so far, Pigeon, good to see you. All is good. I'm up in the funded accounts. Super happy. I had this crazy scalp on an evaluation account, but nothing special, only with micros. I totally forgot to dive into the topic. I wanted to talk about Drawdown, but if you have questions, let me know. Just let me know, and I'm gladly answering. How much time do we? Oh, we have 18 minutes. I talked too much about technicals, but then we have still 18 minutes. And obviously, I wanted to take some trades. We are all legendary together. There's so many free stuff going on at MyFunded TV. Not to mention all the education, like T trades and then Rake and Ash. That was just amazing. Yeah. There was a promo earlier, but I think it's not. Yeah, the T trades code is not. I don't know if it's still working. So you can still use the code YouTube. If you're new in MyFundedFutures, you can get a 50% discount, or buy one and get a 25% discount for the next. Oh my gosh, the juice, man! Oh my god, gone for lunch. All is good. Nothing special is happening. Kind of a bull flag formation is here happening here. I thought that this is just going to skyrocket instantly, but it seems like during the lunch hour, it's just going to seek for more liquidity. Yeah. So, yeah, that was a very good segment with T-Trades. I really enjoyed listening to all the information that he gave. And that's why I was actually interested. I'm always interested in other successful traders' journey, like how much time, was it to reach that certain level of being profitable. And, there's a difference being profitable or being consistently profitable, right? Like, obviously, we can have a week or a month that we can say like, okay, I took a payout or I took my first payout and now I can say that I'm profitable, right? It's easy to, distract the mindset like, okay, finally I took my first payout, I'm profitable now. In my terms, I think you definitely need to look from the business standpoint, or you can call it tuition, whatever, like how much money you've spent so far. And I know some of you guys don't want to remember or try to erase the fact that how much you've spent already on evaluation accounts. Sometimes I do wish I could forget how much money I've spent. I know. But once you start to keep a tab on your expenses, trust me on this one, it's definitely going to help you with the discipline. It's going to help you with the risk management. Keep a tab on your expenses. And, obviously every business has that state when you start, let it be just a regular brick and mortar business. Once you start a regular brick and mortar business, obviously you have a lot of expense, a lot of costs and fees that you have to pay. Many businesses, and I'm talking about regular brick and mortar businesses, are not even profitable on their first year or in the second year, maybe, right? Many entrepreneurs starting out, and I mean, I'm also reading some articles, some studies and information online, and obviously I know some people as well. And if you can make money in your first year in a classic brick and mortar business, then obviously you are awesome, right? Especially in today's economy. And the same goes for prop firm trading. Obviously, there is a certain amount of budget for everybody because everybody comes from different financial situations. But if you keep a tab of how much you spent, even if you're not seeing it as a business, but as a tuition to learn this profession, because I think it should be considered as a profession, really. And I'm going to say something like what ICT said last year. Maybe I heard him saying that, not saying that because I'm an ICT member, but I kind of like that expression. Like, this is technical science. I wish there would be a college degree to this, really, or some sort of a, some education on universities, college, like, okay, I'm going to learn technical science because I think this is awesome. This is a profession. So as you keep tab on your tuition, it's going to make it easier to practice that discipline. Obviously, we don't want to lose more money that we could or we should. So maybe that kind of gives that impression to your subconscious and to your mindset that you should not be YOLOing that many accounts. You should be respecting more your evaluation accounts. Now, I got this question also in my stream, like what about those accounts that are cheaper upfront cost prop firm accounts? Those ones who have activation fees. I would say, and we talked about this, like, yeah, that's cool too. But the problem is, with the very cheap upfront cost accounts, it will be much harder to build up your mindset, that discipline and the consistency, right? Because all you got to focus is just, let's get through those accounts. Let's get through that evaluation account super fast. I would say at MyFundedFutures, the pricing is absolutely fair, especially my personal favorite. I do love the Pro account too. I kind of think that the Scale account is absolutely great right there in the middle. I do like it very much. But imagine like the Pro account basically gives you all the abilities like you would be trading on your real, almost like a real cash account once you get to the funded stage, especially when you build up a buffer. Because it's just so simple to go with it. I'm not saying the lack of rules, because obviously, would you trade your personal cash account at news hour? I mean, at news release? Most likely not, right? So that's what you need. That is one thing that you need to remind yourself. Otherwise, it's just awesome. Was there a winner? I see that the chat is really going crazy. Okay. Sneaky code. Okay, that's nice. So as I was saying, if you keep a tab on your expenses, it's going to make it easier. I mean, not exactly easier, but the mindset should not be going on tilt that much. And I steered away from being profitable or being consistently profitable. Now, being profitable just because, saying that you are profitable just because you took a payout is not true. I'm sorry to say it like this, but that's not true. Being profitable would be if you took more payouts from trading than you paid for evaluation accounts or resets, right? Or maybe even activation fees, but there's no activation fee at MyFundedFutures, right? So once you get over that amount of tuition that you paid down up front for your prop firm journey, then you can say, okay, I'm profitable now. You're in the green. You paid off your tuition. The tuition has been paid off by the profits. And now you can really generate consistent profits. So again, profitable trading comes after you're in the green with your expenses. Consistently profitable, I would say, if you have at least consistent payouts, like maybe not even every month, but for at least 6 months, you're taking payouts almost every month. So at least 5 out of 6 months, you can take a payout. Then I would say, then you're consistently profitable. So profitable and consistently profitable. Until you are just getting a few payouts here and there, that's excellent. Don't get me wrong. That is absolutely great. But because that's the way to build that, trading career up. But until that point, you're not in the green above your expenses. Maybe we should not be saying that we are profitable. Anyway, I really went deep into this. I just, the thought process actually drifted me away. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Congratulations. Just a quick look on gold. Okay, nothing. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Like, this just wants to keep pushing higher, maybe. And this is the 5 minute. Yeah, we had a push there. We'll see. What about ES? Okay, nothing. I wonder if after 1 p.m. we're going to see some movement. So yeah, I was having a topic actually about the drawdowns and managing drawdowns, but I just went into the technicals and I kind of improvised some things here. But I think it was important to talk about it. Let me know if you have questions. I still have how much? Oh, I still have almost 7 minutes. I just passed 50K core. Do I have to build buffer before taking a payout? Not necessarily. Yes, so you need to have 5 days above $100 and you can take a payout. Now, the problem is Sandip, if you take a payout, for example, you build up like $1,000, okay? Obviously you can take it, but the problem is that your account balance, your maximum loss limit is going to be adjusted to 50,000 plus 100, I think. Is there a plus 100? I keep forgetting. 50K plus 100. So, you're definitely not going to be having too much wiggle room to trade, right? And so what I would do, 50, plus 100. So if I were you, at least try to go for like 50. That's more. You need more. Try to go for at least anywhere between 1,500 to 2,000. All right. That would be better. That would be definitely better. So even if you have like 5 days and you have like a few $100s, for example, $700, $800 or $900 on your funded account, and I know it's tempting to get it. I mean, there is one excuse for that, and I'm going to say it just a second. Try to build more buffer. Now, there is one excuse. If you're trying to reach your first ever payout, and this is a little bit against the, I mean, not against, but if you're just reaching out for your first or second payout, so you're basically at the beginning of your journey, and obviously you spent some money on evaluation account, right? I always keep saying, if you're at that state, if you're at that level, like you're trying to get that payout, get it. Okay. So even if you have like $900 on your core account and you never had a payout, I would strongly advise you to get that money, like take out 800 or 700, maybe leave 100 for luck or who knows, but I don't know. Take out as much as you can and let that money hit your bank account, okay? Because that feeling is definitely going to reprogram your mindset. That is going to give you a lot of extra confidence. Again, especially if you're at the beginning of your trading journey and you're looking for the first payouts. Don't build up $2,000 or $3,000 again. Just take out, as soon as you're eligible for a payout, at least try to take out at least like $600, $700, $800. My first ever payout from a prop firm was $806. It felt so amazing. When that money hit my account, at the same day when that money hit my bank account, we went out and had a nice dinner, and I paid with the same debit card that the money arrived to. And it was such a great feeling, really. It's going to help you to reprogram the mind. It helps a lot with the confidence. That's just, my 2 cents. I think it's just an amazing thing to do. And I would strongly, and I'm saying this to those of you who are still looking to get the first or second payout, get it. And buy something for yourself. Obviously, don't spend it all on, I don't know, like go out, have a dinner, go to the movies, buy some nice clothes, whatever. But pay with the same debit card that the money has arrived to. And I promise you this, it's going to feel amazing. And the next day or the next week, you sit down to trade. Yeah, you might have to purchase a new evaluation account and the process is going to start all over again. But your mindset is going to remember. Your mindset is going to remember what happened, and your discipline, your emotional edge, your confidence, your conviction, everything is going to be lining up much better than before. Because until you're not getting that payout, let it be just only $500 or $7 or whatever. It's just numbers on the screen, right? It's numbers on the screen, and obviously we're all addicted to the numbers, but man, you got to feel that. You got to feel that. You got to feel that money on the account. Okay. Is the Rock Scooter fam already here? I feel like, hey, W's everybody. What's happening? Welcome. Is this the Rock Scooter fam? Oh, what's the time? Oh yeah, less than 2 minutes to go. Let me know if you have questions. Again, I was a little bit drifting into different topics here. I had a plan about the drawdown management, but sorry if I was a little bit drifting into technicals and some different stuff, but I think it was interesting. Congratulations for the winners, by the way. Congratulations for the winners. The DJ Day Trader. I love the name, by the way. What's happening? Yeah. Any questions? Oh my gosh, the chat is rolling. No questions. Nice. Nice. Yo, Leo, what's up? We are all winners. I can't be grateful enough, by the way, for you guys in the chat for MyFunded TV, MyFundedFutures, that I can be here. And this also helps me build up my own confidence in my trading edge and in my trading model, that I can share what I can with you guys. So I never claimed anything special or extra. I'm just sharing all I can. And being here at MyFunded TV, it's absolutely a blessing, because it also helps me build my own mindset. Do you have a YouTube? Yes, I have a YouTube channel. It's on the upper right corner. You can see it. It's youtube.com/ it's Tom Sabo Biz. But if you type in Tom Sabo on YouTube, you will find it. The good looking guy is me. Anyway. I think there was some sneaky codes or giveaways. Not really sure about the details there. There was some giveaways, right? Yeah, there was. Yeah. Oh, there you go. There's the channel. I'm streaming in London and usually at New York as well, but this week I'm covering for Terry. I'm super enjoying the open stream session, so it's a really good experience with Nick and Barbie. And yeah, usually I stream in the New York session too. Always have to keep it in the positive energy. Always positive. Grabbing 10-point scalp from 612. Nice. That's good. Terry, she's at the BDH. She's doing good. She won the competition. That's all I know. Hey, Andrew, what's up? Congratulations again to the winners. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm streaming in London usually from 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, somewhere between 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern Standard. So sometimes not much is happening. So sometimes we just sit around and watching paint dry, because London used to do that. But this morning we had an amazing trade on gold. We had an amazing trade. I really enjoyed it. So yeah. You guys are absolutely welcome. Yeah. Terry, she's very good. Terry is a silent killer on the charts. Yeah. Really, like a pro. And she was really good in the competition too. But obviously, yeah. She's a real pro, absolutely. Now look at this. We have a bullish engulfing situation here. Part of me wants to take the long position to the 15-minute supply zone. I don't know if I should do it or not, but maybe evaluation accounts are good to go. Why not? Why not go with the, you know what? I just take it. I took it on an evaluation account, hashtag for the stream. All right. My target is going to be 725. 725. Only on evaluation account, all right? 725 is my target. Here you go. Boom. In the trade. Hashtag for the stream. I'm not doing this on my funded accounts, okay? Because this is madness, or Sparta, whatever you like, because this is absolutely madness. No, not madness, sorry. I cannot say that, because this is not bad. I do have proper risk here. As you can see, it's 3 micros. So even if I lose, it's going to be like 200 something. I'm okay with that. On an evaluation account, I'm okay to lose like $500 to $600 anytime. It's fine by me. I can handle it. I will try again tomorrow. It's completely fine. completely fine. Yeah. Oh, I keep hearing something. What is this? Is this my song? Is this my song? Oh yeah. Baby. Push it. Yes, everybody, loud. That's it. I love it. Yes. Oh my gosh, I love this. Let's go, chat. Whoosh. I love it. Oh, yes. Come on, baby. Let's go.
Well, you're looking good today, handsome.
Hey, look at my twin brother from another mother. Look at this.
I'm just dressing for vacation. I'm ready to take one after a day like this.
You're dressing for, okay, where are you going? Are you coming to my country? Because I don't know what's happening. Chat, honestly, this is really, it's true. Honestly, we haven't talked with each other. This is absolutely by random. I took this is my Magnum PI shirt, but it's but this is so cool. We have the same shirt basically, almost.
Well, I was like, when you were loading up the show, I was like, I have a shirt exactly like that.
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna
did?
grab it
Okay.
real quick. It was totally worth being a minute late for. Yeah, I think that
Dude, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much for this is gonna make my day. Absolutely. Yeah. Now we do look like twins, right? Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Are you doing some lighting in the background? That looks different.
Yeah. I actually made the business with some people from Far Eastern, and they left a suitcase which is glowing in the background. I don't know what's in it, but they said it's okay. Anyway,
that does not sound okay. Glowing something in a suitcase. It reminds me of Pulp Fiction, the movie. Like what's in there?
Yeah, exactly. But I just testing out some lights. It's not installed yet, so I just turned it on to have some lights. But I already ordered some decorations, so there's going to be some changes in the room. But yeah, I needed to do some lights because actually I watched some videos on YouTube about how to properly set up some lights and light sources for streaming. And I kind of realized that, oh my gosh, in the past couple of months, I was just sitting in the darkness. And actually it makes the webcam to do a little bit better focus and then better quality. So anyway.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be investing to a HD camera, I think, for the video. But that's going to be a...
What kind of a camera are you going to get?
I have no idea. I'm actually researching YouTube videos. Maybe you can give me some idea.
Dude,
but
I'll show you my whole spread. I got some really good suggestions for you. I got some good good quality stuff for a good price. Like I know what you need.
Nice. Okay. That's good. I'm gonna hit you up with that on your stream, I think, or DM or something, because I really have no idea about these things. So I always have to do some research. But the stream quality you have is you're definitely having all these good stuff. So you can have me some info. What's happening today, man? Any trades?
It's been wait, somebody said we actually switched back to our real glasses at the same time. That wasn't even planned.
I told you, he's my twin brother.
Yeah. We're connected from afar. And actually connected. I'm wearing a shirt on top of my other shirt. It's starting to get a little hot. So I'm gonna kind of just open it.
Yeah, you're gonna pull a Matthew McConaughey here. Okay.
Actually, this is a pretty cool look. I like this.
Yeah, it's kind of like an Ace Ventura outfit, but I like it.
Actually it looks exactly like Ace Ventura. Wow, let me see. Hold on. Let me show you guys if y'all ever seen that movie. It looks exactly like Ace Ventura. I just need to get the red pants to go with it. So
yeah, you need that. Absolutely, and the hairstyle too.
People used to say I look like Jim Carrey when I was younger, so that's what I got a lot of that.
Exactly. You see, guys, I told you that's the Ace Ventura outfit there. Look at the similarities. Yeah, exactly. The face too.
That's funny.
Right.
Man, awesome. Dude, I don't know. Today was pretty decent. Like, honestly, as far as crazy as the market was when we opened, this is probably the most straightforward of trading days that I've had in the last week, because the last week has been kind of like fighting the market. I honestly just right when we opened, I fell to my hedge pressure pivots, and which is just a support long I bought, and I just bought the dip across the board and straight green, man. It was pretty simple, and now I'm just kind of flat and sitting on it. Nothing's happening. So
yeah. So far, all I did, I entered the short at the market open, and then I scalped a little bit as it reversed to the upside, and that's all I did. I just forced myself into a trade during my session on an evaluation account. Nothing special, by the way. I think it's going to take me out. No, not yet. I mean, I had a loss, but this is on a evaluation account, so not a big deal. On the funded accounts, I'm green all over the place, but this evaluation account is just not going to go. I thought that I see a 15-minute zone up there, but it just keeps grinding lower. I really thought that this is going to be like a bullish flag thingy and it's going to pop higher, but it's not going. I don't know what's happening. But anyway, it is what it is. It's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yep.
So,
well, hopefully you have a great rest of your day, man. And I think that, this market is surprising me how close it is to flipping to a bear market. I mean, it's right on the edge. If we lose these orange lines, that's basically where the bear market starts. So if we don't hold it, this market's going to get bearish really quick. So
yeah, I think so too. All right. Chat, thank you so much. This was a great day. Again, I really enjoyed it. And Matt, this was an awesome intro. Thanks for the shirt and everything. This was a really great. I wish you a great session. And tomorrow the show continues, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Have a
everybody say goodbye to Tom and throw some dubs in chat. Somebody said in chat, imagine losing the challenge earlier this month, but every day making 10K. Matt's good at Photoshop. No, I'm making 20K every day lately. You guys remember the trading challenge was a fun challenge that you can beat whoever. It's not to see who could actually day trade a real account for long periods of time. It's a 5-day challenge that we did. And my strategy was very simple. I said, I'm going to gamble on the Fed. That's it. One trade, all in, either I win or lose. It was supposed to be a fun event. And for me, I don't lose trading challenges often or do poor at them when I take them seriously. I competed in a trading challenge last October, a global futures challenge with thousands of entrants, and I got first place. So it was a month-long thing. I do take it seriously, but this kind of stuff, the fun host versus host, we were all talking shit to each other and having fun with it and just trying to make some drama out of it so you guys get entertained. It was all part of the showmanship of getting some, everything was fun and scripted and whatever, it's to get some, views on the show. Come on, we're just having a fun little event, just gonna have fun with a big party. We're all talking smack to each other in the group chat, like, oh, you're gonna get your ass kicked. And I was like, I'm gonna go all in at Fed. That's what I'm gonna do. I also missed it. I missed starting the challenge like 2 days because I was actually trading in the wrong account. So I had my account credentials mixed up. So then I was like, whatever, I'll just gamble on the Fed. So nobody was really like jumping in and like really trying to take it seriously. We were just trying to be like fun time, talk smack to each other. But some people lost their house because they bet on me last week. That's unfortunate, and so that was it. But yeah. What are the numbers on the screen? The right side of my trading platform. The bottom right are all of the same 12 prop accounts I show you guys every day, like the same batch of accounts. That's it. I actually did good, but placed a trade in the wrong account. Yeah, for the first 2 days I did, yeah. I realized that the leaderboard wasn't updating and I was still at 0. Then I was like, okay, so I told her in the group chat, I was like, I kind of started late. So my new strategy, and Tom and I talked about it that afternoon before FOMC. I was like, okay, so I'm going to go all in at Fed. And I actually longed, which was the right trade, but it squeezed me out before it went up. So my goal was like, okay, I said everybody's at like 10 or 20%. I'm either going to get 200% or I'm going to bust. And that was just for fun. We were all trying to have a fun event for you guys to be entertained, just to be funny. How does one lose a dog because of a trade? Did you stake your dog? All you guys that bet on me, you made the wrong bet. You should have not bet on me. I like the Ace Ventura look, though. This is actually kind of nice, the collared shirt. Actually, I should wear this more often. Yeah, I saw Tom on his pre-market, and I saw him with the Hawaiian print. And I swear, I was texting the producers. I was like, guys, I'm going to be a minute late. Don't ask questions. And I come back and I sit down, and they're all in chat. They're like, what the fuck? So this was Tom wasn't aware that we were going to be twinsies today. I just basically ran out there and ran downstairs really quick to grab a shirt. Totally worth being a minute late for. So you're selling your car tomorrow for triple scale account. There you go. That's all you need to do. Yeah. But yeah, just so you guys know, everything surrounding this contest was fun and possibly scripted. So don't think poorly about anybody. We were all like, let's just do some funny stuff to entertain the group. So everybody was in on it. Everybody was in on the contest and on the joke. It was just a fun event we were doing just for fun, just to have a fun event with you guys. So just letting y'all know after the fact. Some of them were actually trading it and trying to do well, but nobody was out there like cutthroat, screw you over. Everybody was kind of like just kind of having fun with it. The contest was real. That contest wasn't rigged, but people were like, the things we were saying on socials and just like talking smack to each other and having fun with it. That part was rigged. Not rigged, but like, we're just having fun with each other. Nobody was really like mad at each other or talking crap to each other. They were just goofing off. It was a fun event. So yeah. We got some. All right. So today, let's talk about some market. All right. So why did I buy the dip and why am I a bull? Okay. Let's talk about it. Now, class, I talk about Rocket Scooter's greater market signals, right? Greater market. There are 3 indicators I use to determine if the market's bullish or bearish. Slightly different shirt, Matt. Slightly Tom, Matt. Down here, I'm going to write on my screen the 3 indicators I use for market. Number 1 is this ratio right there. If that ratio is greater than half, it's a bull market. Okay. Right now, it's less than half. And it's not less than half that often. It's been less than half probably 0 times since April. So this is the stocks bull bear bias ratio. It's a market cap weighted ratio of the percentage of stocks that are in a bull zone divided by the total percent of stock or total market cap of stocks in both zones. And it's a fraction. The fraction greater than half, there's more stocks in a bull zone than the bear zone, but it's market cap. So more market cap in a bull zone or bear zone. So this is the stocks now. This is a short-term indicator of the stocks exactly right now in the moment. So stocks now. I determine if the market's bullish based on a bunch of indicators and how they apply. The stocks now are bearish. Okay. Number 2, I look at MHP, which is monthly hedge pressure, monthly. If I take SPY, which is the indicator that I use, SPY for S&P, and I use the S&P, not NASDAQ. If it's above its monthly hedge pressure, then the gamma pressure or the gamma hedging is bullish. It's long hedging. And this is the index, its own hedging. So essentially, like we talk about the whoosh fan. The whoosh fan is what I draw like on these hedge pressures. It's like there's a gentle wind that just kind of like floats the market higher because there's long hedging. There's enough calls in the money that around here it clusters with a lot of long volume. Okay. So the whoosh fan comes from hedge pressure. That's exactly what it's doing. The index on the month scale, so this is about a monthly indicator for about like the next month, is actually still bullish. We actually still held that up. And then we have a 3-month outlook that we look at, which is called monthly maps. Okay, and I'm going to show you how this works. Monthly maps is one of my genius ideas to see the market 3 months into the future. Monthly maps is a very, very, very cool indicator that'll let me know if we're bullish or bearish enough. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So the way that I go to monthly maps is I go to Rocket Scooter. I'm going to choose SPY, and I'm going to switch the mode to daily mode. It's Oh, hold on. It logged me out. Let me log back in. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. Hold on. It always does this at lunchtime. Okay. Let's go back to it. Oops, let me load up my platform here. Alrighty. Hold on 1 second. It's like, there we go. I didn't want y'all to see my password. It's I love MyFundedFutures, so I had to kind of remove that. All right, Nasdaq on the left, S&P on the right. Let's go to SPY and let's go to daily. Just logged me out for some weird reason. Okay. Set this back up again. Okay. So what monthly maps does is it gives me an outlook, and let me go ahead and make this like a single chart so you can see it really big. It allows me to forecast 3 months out on the index. It's very cool at what it does. Okay. So y'all can see this, right? Now, how do I read and decipher this? Let me show you guys what this is. This is looking all the way out to November, okay? And this is going to tell me what the options distribution, the landscape looks like until November. I got a little handout for you guys. It's not there, but it's here. And what this does is it looks at market maker options and how they're distributed over time and when they expire. It's all part of it. There's a little checklist that I have that I look at that allows me to decipher and read this. I'll give you guys a quickie little tutorial about what I'm looking at and how I determine if the market's bearish or bullish. That's all I'm trying to do. Now you see on my screen, I'm going to make this kind of small, but for now, here it's really big. So I'll maybe take a screenshot or whatever. I'm looking at basically the sloping of these boxes and where we're trading inside of it. There's 4 steps. And I'm going to put this down at the bottom so we can see the 4 steps together. Step number 1 is I look to see if we're trading in a bull or a bear zone. In SPY, right now, we are clearly trading in this light gray. And over time, all the way through till October, we're in the light gray. And then right about here, we sort of go from bearish to like bullish for a little bit. And then we're back in then back in the light gray again, bear, right? I'm looking over time. So at the current price where we are in S&P, this is actually bearish over time because it's underneath the bear side. So I'm telling myself, if we close down in here, we are likely bearish for two more weeks. So that's why this is the edge of the bear market. We've actually left bull side. In a normal bull market, you're going to see that the candles are going to be somewhere up in here. You're going to be basically floating above this bull zone bottom. So because of this checklist, you can see that we're actually in a bear zone over time at the bottom of my screen. I'm going to circle that. The next thing we look at is how it changes over time. And we look at the bottom of the zone, and is it sloping up or sloping down? Well, it's relatively flat. It's not really doing either. And then, so it's not changing over time either. If an example is from like this point to this point, the bull zone is sloping down, it becomes a stronger bull market from this period right here. From this point to this point, the bear zone is sloping down, and therefore bears are exiting positions. There's short squeeze and there's long accumulation from this. So essentially what this tells me is that we're kind of bearish. If we close here today lower, we are bearish for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7 days. And then finally, the market gets like a little relief rally. So this could be pretty bad for a while. And so because of the outlook, monthly maps is in a bear zone and it's not getting better. I'm going to say that it's bearish for about 7 days if we lose this level and stay here. And we got about a week of terribleness, right? So when I look at all this together, and then of course, this is telling me if the market's more volatile or not. The space between it really big, then the volatility is getting bigger. Space between it is small, then the volatility is pretty stable. This is pretty stable. So the volatility is not going to get much worse. And that'll be reflected in the fact that the VIX is not going like higher and higher and higher. It's actually a pretty liquid market. And I'll show you that VIX really quick, because even though the market's moving down, it's interesting to see that the VIX is not really doing much. It only moved up slightly. It's not going out of balance. There's not a lot of extra volatility. And monthly maps also indicate the fact that VIX is not going really crazy right now, which is expected. All right, so back to looking at the futures, right? So now I've done my analysis. I do this analysis every single day. My greater market allows me to determine if I'm bullish or bearish. Now let me blow your minds with something. As bad as everything looks, right? Of these three indicators, it only takes one of them to be bullish for me to be a bull for the day. As crazy as that is. As bad as everything looks and as quote unquote bearish-ish as everything looks, I'm still bullish today. Isn't that crazy? Because monthly maps monthly hedge pressure is still good. Now, when I look at this, when I teach my boot camp, it's the same thing. It only takes one of the three to be bullish for me to be a bull. It takes all three to be a bear for me to finally say, okay, it's a bear market. Doesn't mean I'm not shorting. It just means that if we lose MHP, all three are bearish and the market's now plunging into correction territory, 5 and 10% correction. So because the Fed is committing to cutting rates, and because GDP came out good and corporate profits came out good and all the data is good, the only thing holding on to the bull market is this last little piece. So because my brain said today, we fell to the edge of not just bull day, but bull market. I'm talking months of bear market again, if not a year of bear market is the edge right here. Does everybody in chat understand this, right? I'm getting a little hot here. I'm taking it off. Whew. Feel a lot better. Okay. Right on the edge is where I longed from. I said, it's still a bull market. The Fed is cutting rates. Data looks good. Why would we plunge into a bear market today? So because of that sentiment of getting ahead, like I always tell you, get ahead of your trades, the market's crashing, and it fell to the edge of the bull market. And then I longed. And that's it. Right? Doesn't mean I'm right or wrong on the overall end of the day, but it means I was right or wrong from the right place. And I always teach this philosophy. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Just be wrong or right from the right place. If you're wrong from the right place, you're always wrong small. So market's crashing. People are like, should I short? Maybe I'm going to jump in on the short. The first thing I did was at the open, do nothing. We fell to target. I longed right at the edge because I knew if we lose this, then this is months of craziness. This is possible 7 days of crashing. That's what happens. So I'm really good at knowing what conditions I have. And I just bought the dip from here to here. I bought the dip from here to here. And that's all the trade I made, pretty much straight up. It was all live on my stream too. And so today I have drawn those levels of, they disappeared since my platform. I have to redraw them really quick. But I have a line right here. It was the 7, I think it was like 704 or something, right? Wasn't that the level? This is Nasdaq's equivalent on that monthly map of bear territory. So Nasdaq traded like right up to it. Maybe it was like here, somewhere in here, right? And essentially Nasdaq has traded all the way up to that bear limit on the longer term indicator. Very much so. When this DD ratio is less than half, the bear zone usually can become resistance. So that's why I got out of the trade there and didn't do anything else. My last trade was from here to here, there to there. That's it. So that was pretty simple trading day in the middle of chaos. And now I'm just sitting on the sidelines. I'm not really sure how this market plays out, but I do want to see how it finishes out the day. If we somehow sell and we lose 66.30 on the S&P, the market is plunging into a bear market. So what are the levels on Nasdaq and ES we cannot cross to stay in a bull market? It's going to be monthly hedge pressure. So S&P is 66.30 today, and that number changes every day. So today it's 66.30. 24,485. Now, tomorrow, if this is above price, then we're in a bear market. Then it confirms all three of them. because today Nasdaq has traded up to the limit of the monthly resistance of bear side and confirmed. So a couple things today. Tomorrow, if tomorrow we're below that bear zone in the monthly side and we're below this monthly hedge pressure, then all three are bearish again. If this stays less than half, then it confirms bear market. Today is on the edge of falling into bear market. The fact that we've rejected this, that's not good for tomorrow. But the fact that we held this is good for tomorrow as well. So we're kind of at a standstill. If today we break above these levels here, then that's a good sign we're back on path on the monthly scale. If today we plunge and close like lower than here, then it's a pretty good confirmation that we're in for another week of hate from this market. My exit timings are so accurate. Thank you. Yeah, I've been using these three greater market indicators to a high degree of success for a very long time. They're very good because it's looking at multiple timeframes. What are the stocks doing now? Oh crap, they're bearish. What's the index doing a month out? Well, the hedging is still okay. The structure of the market is still good. This is structure, by the way. This is where you get like calls in the money all throughout Wall Street's bets. All calls in the money balanced for like their hedging are being longed against more than shorted. So above monthly hedge pressure, there's just more long than short pressure on hedging. Below it, there's more short than long. It's like the polarity change. The gamma positive goes to gamma negative. I call it negative gamma, positive gamma. It's more shorting than longing. So that's why we call it a whoosh fan, just because like there's more natural shorting than longing down here. When you're above it, the whoosh fan provides like a little bit of like, support. That's why we draw like a gentle fan. It's just like a breeze. So the market's like selling off, but yet there's still some kind of like wind sort of blowing the leaf up. That is what hedge pressure is after all. It's just the instinctive sort of like move the market makes as a result of people's hedging. That's all it is. So the levels are for NASDAQ today, we'd like to see us above 701. If we close below 701, that's not good for tomorrow. I think with the S&P, let me double check where SPY was. Let me see. Let me go to daily chart. I'll draw it with this purple line so you guys can see it. Oh, let me go to SPY, my bad. Let me go to, there we go. Let me go to SPY and then let me go to there and quick little review of this where we are right now. This was yesterday. So off of yesterday's close, 57.75. Tomorrow, 662. So that's 4.25 off of yesterday's close. 42 points. So the S&P off of yesterday's close is going to be $67.30. So by tomorrow's S&P is in a really bad spot. S&P is deep into tomorrow's bear territory. So today S&P is like right on the edge, but if it doesn't make it up here, then tomorrow S&P is deep into the bear pocket starting tomorrow. So while NASDAQ is trying its darndest to get up there, S&P is almost doomed. And this does have me a little afraid of the market. But the neat thing is that I tell you guys, they always say like, well, Matt's only making money because he's a perma bull. Now, Matt is very aware of the bear market and the edge. So today, I'm not convinced we're saving the market. The market usually attempts to save itself there. But as you see, it's not gaining much power. This liquidity pocket should be enough to give the market some steam. And the fact that we're even losing that, the polarity has switched to resistance right now off of this bear zone top. So this is now resistance. So it doesn't look good to finish out the day. It's very possible this is going to turn bearish for the next week. So I can see that a mile away, right? The market looks, it's sold off and it's sold off too hard. And now we're very likely with like 3 hours left in the market to not regain the territory we need to regain. NASDAQ above here is okay. We've saved the bull market for tomorrow. Today, we saved the market, the bull market for today. This is okay today. Tomorrow, we get a new read on this. So as a fundamental bull on Fed and other reasons, I bet that the bull market would save itself and trade to the bear limit. Then I closed out. Yeah, somebody said my entries and exits were on point today. Right. I bought the dip here, held through the volatility, made the money, and then I closed out and I'm just waiting. Pretty good, I say. I think I killed it today. But I didn't bet that we were going to go all the way to the bull side. It just took the bull trade to bear limit and closed out. All of my indicators being that there's bear resistance at bear zones. This is bear zone resistance. It's not really going to go much higher than that. So that's why I got out at the monthly map limit. This right here, liquidity pocket, should be supporting, and the fact that it's not is not good. So S&P needs to break here by tomorrow. Okay, for tomorrow. And it's very far away. It needs 70 points of move to get back to being in the good graces of the bull market. If we close down in here, tomorrow is going to be just as bad, and VIX is going to start reflecting. As a matter of fact, right now, I'm not looking at it, but I've been trading for so long, I'm going to tell you the answer. Right now, because of this is surprising the market. This was supposed to hold, and liquidity is failing. When liquidity is failing and the polarity of this switches back to bearishness, the VIX is going to start moving up pretty rapidly, probably starting like right now, this last hour. So let's see what the VIX is doing. It's probably going to start picking up some traction. So the last hour, it's not moving as fast as it normally would be, but VIX is starting to tail up a little bit. It's weird that VIX has been up and down and not really moving, but that's because the market has been pretty darn liquid. We have not broken out in volatility, which just shows there's enough shorts covering to float the market up on dips. And the market is just inching its way lower rather than crashing. We're not getting a runaway reaction. There's still a lot of buyers in here. VIX is sort of aiming. But you can see in the last hour, like I said, it should be moving higher. And that's it. When you fail liquidity, VIX can start going out of control. And usually when you fail liquidity, your VVIX will also start tailing up. And your VVIX has been going up over the last hour. It's below 100, which is good. That's the good sign. But the volatility of VIX, if this goes above 100, this is going to run away. This being below 100 is keeping the VIX from going anywhere, which is good. 100 is your key level for VVIX. Now I'm just chilling and waiting to see how this plays out. I'm on the sidelines. I had a pretty solid day today. All my trades, went the way I wanted them to, which was good. It was all on my stream. So I don't know, guys. What do y'all think? How are we going to end up today? Maybe get a poll in chat. Are we bullish? Is the bull market saving itself today? Or are we going to crash out and be a bear market tomorrow? What do we think? Now, I usually trade at liquidity pockets every single time, no matter what. And we are at liquidity pocket right now. This trade has been sort of like all day, every day. And I might just, for fun, try that one. Just to do it, because I take the scalp every single time, no matter what. I think I'm going to do that. And I'll take a trade. You guys can watch it. Now, what are the odds of this? Not that great. I'm going to lose $1,000 in one of these accounts if I'm wrong, and I'm totally okay with that. And that'll be fun. But at least you guys can watch a trade. Liquidity pocket trade has been paying out every time. So it doesn't look like things are too terrible yet. So things are looking somewhat okay. I might try to take the trade one more time. This account right here has a little bit of room to move. This is the one that has $1,500 of profit. So I could put a little bit more into that one. And I'll take it. Again, I'm a fundamental bull, baby. I'm not betting on a bear market. So are you guys bullish or bearish? Maybe get a poll up in chat. Are we bullish or are we bearish in this community? What do y'all think? I like to trade. I like to take my liquidity pocket trades every single time. The scalps are good. It's 48. It's not definitely below 50, but it's not that below 50. It's right on the edge. And again, I like to err to the side that the bull market sustains because of bull fundamentals. So let's see how that works. You guys are mostly bullish, bearish, bullish, 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 both, a little bit of both. Whatever I say, oh no, don't listen to what I say. I'm pretty confused as to why the market's selling off as hard as it is. That's a little unusual. Again, this is just a healthy correction. People are just taking profit. You know, it started out with some rotation. We saw that the market was moving on short squeeze. We talked about that all last week and the week before. I gave you guys that whole lesson on untrustworthy rally. That's what I said, right? I said the VIX is above the magic triple B numbers. So therefore, being above the triple B makes the market, it indicates the market's moving on short squeeze rather than like new bull trades. And therefore, that's kind of like, what we've been dealing with. It wasn't really a strong rally, and VIX was indicating that. So, and now we're dealing with the outcome of that. Maybe it's just like the bulls are, somewhat being, or the market's somewhat being overpowered by some profit taking. We saw a lot of heavy rotation, and some of the last moves in the market were like, NASDAQ and others flying up because like Nvidia or a couple of stocks were moving. It wasn't because everything was moving. And we would see like 2 or 3 days before the market started selling, we started seeing like the NASDAQ rally. That last day we had the big rally on Monday, NASDAQ was rallying and everything was red. And NASDAQ went up because I think Nvidia went up on the whatever news. I think it was like some kind of news with Nvidia. I forgot what it was. But that's it. That's what was going on. Yeah. Bond market's getting a little itchy. I can see that. Yeah. All right. Resilience is now doing pretty okay. She's looking pretty solid there. Interesting. So resilience has just got a tail up, which is good for a possible gap fill in a second run. This is good. This actually turned out to be somewhat okay. All right, I like it. I like it for the gap fill run. Now, again, here's the indication. Resilience is starting to tail up. That white line greater than 0 is perfect confluence for a gap fill play. And a gap fill play on NASDAQ puts us back to the okay territory. Good. Some stocks are picking up some momentum, which is good. If S&P goes for a gap fill, boy, that'll be great. All right. Now let's say our prayers. And hopefully we're off. I think reading this, most of you guys are bullish. There's some people that are bearish, but I think the majority is still bullish. I guess you guys are bullish. Your thesis basically being fed, right? I think that's why most people are bullish. Does make sense. Well, I'm with you on that. That's your thesis. I think that we've had COVID, we've had the 2022 recession, and then we've had, the sell-off in March. We've had like huge liquidity wipes, for the longest, last since COVID. I mean, that's what, 5 years we've had big market crashes, or 2 big market crashes and 1 bear market for a year. I don't think the market's overdue for anything bearish. I think the market's overdue for like 4 or 5 solid bull years. We haven't had that in a while, right? We had that leading up into COVID. And then we've had 5 years of basically like slow moving market with crashes in the middle. So I like to think that that's a good sign that, you know, the market's not overdue for a correction. We've had plenty of them. We've had, I mean, 2 crashes within 5 years of each other. You know, circuit breakers being triggered or almost being triggered is kind of, they're kind of too close to each other. I mean, that's enough. And the market, the Commitment of Traders, if you go read it, is actually showcasing that same liquidity. Like I'm going to sort of like, let me clean this off really quick. The Commitment of Traders report, we look at this to basically see how futures are distributed. So essentially this is what I'm looking at, this chart at the bottom. And this is a really cool report you guys can look at to see how the futures positions are. Here's some rules of thumbs. Green is your asset managers, your 401ks. This is your mutual funds, IRAs, things like that. These are your hedge funds, which are blue. Other reportables is like Federal Reserve banks and small annuities firms and things like this. And your market makers are the red. And this is their distribution, their positions. Rule of thumb. When the green line and the blue line, I'm using the one here, are pinching and pulling from each other, the market is liquid, very liquid. As you see right now, they are definitely pulling away from each other. So the market is liquid. As the longs are becoming more long and the shorts are becoming more short, this is 0, by the way, right here. Then yeah, every buyer has a seller and therefore that's liquid. And liquid markets don't crash. So that's rule number 1 is we've been liquid up to the point of like last read on this. So that's good and liquid. The other thing is that if the dealers are net positive, the market doesn't crash ever. Right now, the dealers aren't net positive. Right now, the market is just sustaining liquidity. That's why VIX isn't going through the roof, even though the market's selling off for a couple of days. Even at the highs, it's still pretty liquid. Not sure what's going on here. My position looks like it's going down. I heard the wee-woo. Must be some noise. Oh, European, Russia thing. Okay. All right. Anyways, back to that. Okay. But yeah, so this is not showing any alarming signs of like chaos. And normally when you start to see the market kind of tipping, you're going to start to see the long position becomes less long and less long and less long. We were seeing it do that before we crashed on the tariff news. There was already sort of that toppingness going on there, and you had the longs were becoming less and long. You guys can see how this green line is sloping down just a little bit. That's your alarm sign that the market's topping. And you usually can see that coming from a mile away. You know, basically you have the market sort of like, you know, green will come down when market comes down, when people are dumping their longs. And right now the longs are becoming even more long at the top as of last week. So it's not really that bad yet. And so in general, this is the futures distribution. And a lot of people are trading futures because they're hedging like stock portfolios and hedging firm performance and stuff with futures. That distribution is pretty accurate. It's only like a week old data though, and it's delayed, but still pretty decent. All right. Anywho, looking good. I'm liking the trade setup. I think it looks pretty solid. I don't know about you guys, but I'm good for this. I'm gonna bet again. I'm still betting on the bull side. It might just be me, but I'm gonna be bull today. Maybe I've got balls of steel. Maybe not, but we shall see. Man, look how the time flies. It's almost time for me to go. Did you guys have a fantastic trading week? That is my next question. Has it been tough for y'all with the choppiness and the volatility? That's my question. Or has it been great? Have you guys been crushing it while trading live? You guys did? Tyler did? Yes. Yes. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. You're waiting for hedge pressure retest? I'm feeling it with you. Oh, wait. I know I'm in a long here, but this account is almost maxed out. I only have $1,800 limit on this. I'm in a trade to make $300. These I usually stop somewhere between 1,800 and 2,000. I think this account limit is 1,800. So essentially, it's going to auto liquidate in $200. I wasn't even paying attention. So I'm almost maxed out on all my accounts for consistency, with the exception of some of them that I'm just able to make a whole lot more on. the upper ones. I can work on those later if I wanted to, but I think I'm kind of okay making about $2,000 across the board. Europeans privately tell Russia they're ready to down some jets. What's going on? Like, who's fighting right now? I've kind of been out of the loop for the last day or two. I was up till 4 a.m. doing platform work on Rocket Scooter, so I kind of overslept today and I didn't get a chance to read the news. Something going on with Russia? Still the same stuff. Yeah, I tend to ignore a lot of the Russia stuff related to the market because it doesn't really affect the market that much. It did that one time weirdly where the market needed an excuse to come off its highs, and the Russia and Israel as well. That was actually the bigger catalyst, was bringing the market down a little bit. I remember that. But yeah, so that's not really a market moving thing. Okay. Abdi says structure has shifted from the last up leg to the lower highs and lows. Market is reacting bearish out of supply after running stops. It's a bearish rejection of area. Sellers pushing back after liquidity grab. I would call that very accurate. As a matter of fact, that's what in Rocket Scooter language, that's exactly what we're seeing too. The liquidity grab was here. This is called a liquidity pocket. So you're 100% right. There's the bearish pushback. So in our language, that's this right here. That's your bear area on the longer term bear resistance, the 701 I was talking about. Yes, sir. And so this is where liquidity does exist. And after the grab, and I usually bet on the bull market at liquidity pockets. So it looks like we're losing it, which is no good. Actually, I don't even really need to be like in 2 contracts. This doesn't even need to make much. I just need to be in 1. I'm trying to make $300. So yeah, so tomorrow, Stephen Kalajian is going to be on my show here at lunchtime. So you guys make sure you tune in tomorrow. This is going to be a big deal. I've never chatted with Stephen before, so I'm really excited to get to know more about him and rap with him during the sesh. I kind of agree that I'm probably going to lose this today. Probably just not have to do too much at this one. But I tend to still try to maintain the bull bet, but this is on the edge of disaster. Like, I mean, honestly, this market, it being as crazy, building that momentum as it has been. As I mentioned, I was saying that the VIX was going to start moving pretty much. That VIX starting to pick up some steam. So I did like that the stocks are giving me like a good sign there, but maybe I'll just close out. Like, I don't really need to like take a lot of risk here. Let me just walk myself out of that one. Okay. It's going to open and would sustain. So 553 is the next support here at NASDAQ. So 553 somewhere in here is just the retracement of that up move. So this could support here and hopefully support the greater bull market. We'll see. Yeah. Market's on the edge. It's on the edge of disproving a bull case just by its own trading. So whatever's happening right now, it's pretty brutal. So yeah, be careful out there. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. Coffee needs to kick in. Maybe I'll just take the rest of the day off and nap. Yeah, I'll stream for you guys. I love y'all that much. I'll push through it. Sorry. Doc brought me chocolate-covered pretzels for breakfast. Breakfast are champions. I'm smacking in the mic here. I love pretzels, by the way. Something about, I'm just addicted to them. Okay, so anyways, be careful today, guys. If we close out losing like the 6630 level on S&P, it's pandemonium, and tomorrow will be really bad. Normally, a big sell-off day like this, I caught the bounce, traded it up. I just took one more attempt just to show a trade, and I closed out, and I'm not going to touch it. Probably for a while. I can contemplate taking one more stab at the ratios here, but again, there's not a lot. Everything is kind of flipped to resistance, 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 and the only support left is that last spot. The last place to support. That's the last one. When we lose this market is goodbye. So, yep. So we'll see what happens. Somebody said there's a bearish liquidity swept. Trigger bullish. What does BOS mean? Abdi, what do you mean by BO? I don't understand the acronym BOS. Breakup. Oh, breakup structure. Okay. Bullish breakup structure, confirmed entry, short entry valid. Price context, market is pushed up into supply zone and started breaking lower. Hey man, appreciate the commentary, man. That's some good analysis there. Good stuff. Well, there you have it. Market's sort of like being crazy today. Be kind of like all right with chilling on this. If we achieve liquidity pocket one more time, I'll take the trade second time. But that's it. I'm happy making some money today. I'm happy snacking on my pretzels and just chilling, taking it easy. That means it's time to rock it. Probably so. Oh yeah, and everybody make sure you show up tonight at 1,000 viewers. They're gonna give away 150K core accounts, and the evening sesh with Steven. So that's pretty cool. So make sure y'all show up, and then we'll be chatting with Steven tomorrow live on Lunch Money with Matt. You guys be here in the afternoon like you guys always are. I really appreciate y'all supporting MyFunded TV, man. I've watched this channel grow, like even before I joined, and then when I joined and Tom joined, it got twice as big, almost within a week, and then now it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, I'm gonna say it's been fun riding the wave with you guys. Y'all are a cool community. I really love getting to know you guys. Trading alongside y'all, rapping with y'all, chatting markets with y'all. Y'all are a good bunch. I've seen a lot of trading chats and a lot of trading show chats, and it's full of a bunch of numbskulls sometimes. Nothing personal to a lot of these guys, but I feel like a lot of the smarter folks end up over here, which is kind of nice. Y'all seem to be like a less degenerative sort of crowd. So you're a numbskull. Well, yeah, Jan is a numbskull. This is definitely for sure. How to trade. Thank you, Matt. I've learned a lot so far. Glad to help you guys. Learn some stuff. I love that your name is Halo CE, by the way. This makes me happy. I love playing Halo CE. Oh, he's prompting my stream because Phoenix, I'm leaving you guys in like 3 minutes, but I live stream on YouTube. So basically, like MyFunded TV folks, in the meantime, there's, the show ends here, but I go live. And then we all basically just pile in and hang out together still just on my stream because they don't have an afternoon segment after this. But you guys are welcome to come over to my channel. We're going to close out in a couple of minutes, so you don't have to really go anywhere, but you can't stay here, of course, and we'll be live on my channel. I just posted a link. If you click it now, we'll be live there in a minute, and basically we just kind of hang out. Same stuff. We're doing a music writing competition for trading theme music, and we're doing the finalists, so that'll be a fun thing we do this afternoon while we're waiting. But 500 likes drop. Oh, I don't know. Did they drop something? I wasn't paying attention. Keith Singleton's a finalist. Yeah, hell yeah. So Keith's a finalist. Yeah, he wrote one of our most beloved songs. So he's in the top 20 out of hundreds of submissions. So y'all come cheer Keith on, because his song's a banger. That's for sure. And vote for him. Yeah, well, it's vote. So it's like crowd voting. Yeah, so the crowd gets to vote who the winners are. All right. Well, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. It's now 1:30. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad to drop some market alpha with y'all. Like I said, be careful. The market is on the edge of falling apart. It's not really bearish. The fundamentals are bullish. The monthly hedge pressure support is still there. The structure, the overall long-term structure has held for today, but the market is on thin ice. Things are on the edge today. You know me, I don't like to bet that the market falls apart that often. It's so rare. I try to always still hang on to the bull side until it proves me wrong. Today, that hang on to the bull side bet was very profitable for me. But am I still bullish from here? I'm not really sure. I'm ready to wait and see what happens for tomorrow. And if things look better. So be careful. If we do lose these key levels, the market can flip out for another week or two. Like, it can get pretty bad. So I'm personally taking it easy. If we lose this, I'm probably not going to wake up tomorrow with a really strong long mentality. I usually like to sit out and see what happens with bear markets and try to take guesses there after they kind of manifest. So I'm not ready to jump in and try to short this either. I still am betting on the bull fundamentals, but that's just me. Okay, y'all, I'll see you guys later. And y'all come on over if y'all want to hang out in the afternoon. I'll be trading live just to finish out the day. And we'll catch y'all over there. See you later. Thanks for coming, guys.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.